hold on to your butts, storm chasers. Here's the man of the hour, the painter extraordinaire, Thunderhead.
How we doing? Howdy, Twitchverse. Ladies and gentlemen, denizens of Twitch. How are things? How you doing today? I hope you're having a good day. I'm having a pretty good day myself. Not the best, not the worst. I got some answers on the septic problem. Finally. Unfortunately, those answers were, this septic system is like 60 years old and you should replace it. Which... it's not what you want to hear. It's not what you want to hear. It's going to run for a while longer, but it's one of those where it's like, eventually you're going to have a failure, and then you're going to be swimming in poo-poo sauce. And while that's a thing, some people would be like, ooh, that's exciting to me. Not for me. Not as much. So I got to start contemplating. It's going to be like, oh god, it's going to be like $15,000 to replace that. It's not insurmountable, but it is a huge pain in the ass. Roland, I believe you were in fact first. That is accurate. How we doing today? We got Roland Rogue 19, Datron Voltarian, Soul Sworn so far. This is the second opinion. Soul Sworn, and I've got eyes on the entire system. I leaned over a lot of shoulders. I hefted a couple of concrete lids. No, the problems are very real, and the problem is that all this stuff was installed in like the 60s, and it just has not been touched since then. It's old. Half of it was put together by, some rando farmer. And, and by some rando farmer, I mean a farmer in my family tree. Lots of things out here were just, they were whatever, seat of your pants, what have I got lying around, let's build it and keep it running. No, I'm gonna get myself a good engineer to do the layout for it, make sure I'm not getting ripped off, because I just want a gravity feed system. I don't need... And I know that when you logged on today to Twitch and you were like, let me check out Thunderhead's stream, you were thinking, man, I hope we talk extensively about septic systems and the various virtues of different methods in the disposal of poo-poo. I know that's what you were thinking, which is why I focus on this subject. No, we just need a simple gravity feed system. I don't want to get anything but like pumps or anything expensive or crazy like that. Just got to get somebody out here to take a look at it and give me a real price tag. But I'm estimating like probably $15,000 by the time I get somebody to do the engineering on it, and then actually dig it up, install a new tank, run a new leach field. And the other thing is that the septic, we got it dug up today. It's way too close to my well. We have a well on this property. And the septic's like just over 50 feet away from the well, and that is not suggestible. Now, the well is pretty old, but it was redone about 10 years ago. It was I don't know if they dug anymore, but they replaced the pump system. And it's been an exhausting day. Really has. Inks the Kitsune here to lurk. Good to see you, Kitsune. It's been a while. You go ahead and lurk. I won't bother you. I mean, I might bother you, but it won't be on purpose or personal. In any way, shape, or form, here we got Datron Voltari, Zen and Airbrush Maintenance, the art of 404th Exile. Hey, good to see you. There's Samare, as always. Samare, it's always a pleasure to see you, man. Been here since before the stream, just had to pop out for a moment. Ooh, somebody get that, man. Do we have any, Cat, do we have any Thunderbucks? Oh, wait, Cat's not here. She's doing her own stream right now. We gotta get that man some Thunderbucks for being here before the stream. That's the reward, isn't it? We agreed on that. I think at some point. I don't know. I can't remember. How am I supposed to be expected to remember things that I say at any given time? I'm supposed to pay attention to the words that are coming out of my mouth. That's crazy. I'd never get anything done if I was doing that. Didn't get to your Warhammer, but finished the Battlemaster. I'm glad to hear that. Did I see... You're in a bit of a funk, Rogue 19K. I'm sorry to hear that. You said you spent like a half hour just staring at your paint desk today. You can't... This is just my opinion. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. I know what it feels like to be in that funk. I mean, not necessarily the specific funk. All funks are unique based on the circumstances of your life, and it may not be just a painting funk, it may be an overall funk. But if it's a painting funk, specifically, don't beat yourself up, man. Don't try to force yourself through it. I know that's the advice a lot of people give, and maybe I'm giving bad advice, that's possible. Disclaimer, if I'm giving bad advice, fucking ignore me. But when I try to force myself through artistic blocks, I just kind of jam them in harder and deeper, you know? I kind of wedge them in the old septic tank of the mind, and I find that they go away faster if I just take a step back and just do something completely different. You know? I think like Henry Jones Sr., I find that if I just sit down and think, the answer presents itself. Just do literally anything else. Something to take your mind off of it, and either immediately or with a little bit of time, you'll find yourself suddenly with the bug again. That bug that made you originally sit down and start painting in the first place. You'll find yourself like, I got an idea. Let's see if it works. And that passion is really what you need to ride to do the paint jobs that you're going to enjoy. I know that there are some people who work better on a no, I'm just going to paint. I'm going to do it for this many hours. I'm going to do this many steps. And maybe that works for you. And if it does, frankly, I'm jealous. It doesn't work for me. I have to just let it go. This stream is the closest that I've come to being successful with a method of painting where I just force myself to do it somewhat regularly. And, Batman, what's up, Chaotic? How you doing? And then we got Machine God as well. The fact you're even taking the slightest bit of time to look at the drivel that I've been writing is more than enough. Come on, man. Come on. Drivel? No. Let's not do that. Let's not do it. I know it's innocent. I know it's in good fun. I know that for many of us, this may speak to you. Self-deprecation it's a way of life. It's a way that we cope with the world around us. It's probably something that we learned very early on in life. And I get it, because I do the same damn thing. And for the most part, it's fine, and many of us are emotionally mature enough to deal with it, but there are some fundamental truths in that the more you say something about yourself, the more you'll believe it, whether you know better or not. If you just repeat a lie about yourself enough times, you'll start to believe it. This is something that you see in a lot of different personality problems. You'll see it in narcissists, for that matter. You just say something about yourself enough times, and it becomes real up here. And once it's real up here, it's real fucking hard to get rid of. Real hard. And that's why I'm telling you, man, Samare, don't do it to yourself, man. Don't do it, because you don't write drivel. You don't write drivel. The worst thing I've seen you write are a few things that are maybe, I don't know, what's the right word? I'd say not always like hard-hitting, groundbreaking, and amazing. Things that aren't necessarily really all that snappy. And that's just the sort of thing that either you let go because it's just a bit of writing in between the parts you really want to focus on, or it's something you come back to and you fix. It's not really a problem. What's going on with my camera? Why does my hand look all super crazy? Did I mess with my settings? I think I did a little bit. Let me try to fix that. I think maybe I turned my saturation up too high. That doesn't look right. That doesn't look right at all.
Welcome, everyone, to Thunderhead Studios, where
That
the
looks more
only
like my
rule
hand.
is
Please don't show me your genitals. Yeah.
have fun,
Please don't.
be safe, and above all,
Don't show them to me.
Don't
For the
do
love
it.
of God. Don't do it. No genitalia. It's a simple rule. How's that? Oh, that looks much more like my actual hand. Yeah, I can work with that. I've had to mess with my camera settings a little bit over the last couple days, trying to get a clearer image. I eventually want to upgrade my camera. It's just going to take several $100s to do. Several $100s. Maybe rolling into the new year, I'll be able to. I've been thinking about just putting it up as a donation goal. Hey guys, I need a new camera. Donate to it if you want to. Don't if you don't. I don't know. I'm still coming to grips with so many aspects of streaming. And I was having this conversation yesterday with the Day Late Gamer. Inks, are you my favorite Batman nerd? I don't think I currently have a favorite Batman nerd, so I think you could be in the running. It's entirely possible. You have to listen to me. I'm the machine god, after all. I think technically that just means machines have to listen to you. Like, unless you count me as a meat machine, which, when I say it out loud, I'd take that title. I'd be okay with that. We could work with that, guys. Thunderhead the meat machine, huh? Yeah. How you doing today, Chaotic Harmony? It's good to see ya. I don't think we have any mods yet. I don't think Dark Fox is here, and I think Kat is just wrapping up her own stream. But I promise you a shout-out in the near future. There are three things. Three things I'd like to upgrade the stream with. Like I said, I'm really just coming to terms with a lot of the aspects of streaming that one needs to be comfortable with to be successful, in my mind, from the advice I've received from others and from what I've learned in my time here. And I was talking about this yesterday with Day Late Gamer. Accepting donations is a tough one. I get real self-conscious about it, and I think a lot of you can probably sympathize with this, those of you who also stream. He was saying the same thing. He's been doing this a lot longer than I have, and he has trouble accepting donations. I was just talking with Kat the other day, too. She just got her first payout from Twitch. She hit the threshold, and she got her first payout, and she messages me, and the first thing she says is that she feels like a fraud. And I'm just like, I get it. I understand it from an internal perspective. I understand feeling that way. And then from an external perspective, my first thought is, but isn't this the fact that you got it? Isn't that proof that you're not? Isn't that exactly what that is? Like, how could you possibly be... It's a button. It's a button, Rogue. So I can use it when I'm talking about the threshold, man. I'm just saying, like, and this is something I'm kind of trying to work through in my own head. Like, the fact that people want to give you money to improve the quality of the content that you're making, to make it easier, or just to show their appreciation, like, whatever their motive may be, that very fact is sort of proof that you are providing value, because it's not like you have to twist anybody's arm. At least not, I'm not able to twist your arm. Like, if you were in the room with me right now and I could twist your arm and say, hey, nerd, give me money, like, that'd be one thing. You know? That's a completely different relationship we'd have there. But I can't. Ooh, Valfera or Ovalfero. I don't know. Are you supposed to pronounce the zeros? How does one pronounce a zero? I'm not really... Wouldn't that just be more of like a void? You'd pronounce it by making a sound and then stopping. You'd be like, and that would be the zero. Okay, I'm gonna stop. That's a stupid line of conversation. And then we got Vaga SK2. Welcome both of you to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. We are just getting warmed up. Just getting warmed up, and Cat came in with... It's silent zeros. Okay, so Valfera. I like that. That's a good name. It's a good screen name. I dig that. The Brio, I think, is what it's called. Now, okay, so I've got a Logitech C922. I'm moving on from the donation subject, because that's just me working through my own mental block on accepting it. And you guys have been so fucking generous so far anyway. You guys bought me this microphone that I'm talking into right now. You guys bought me this amazing fucking Typhoon paint mixer that I use every single time I sit down to paint Riker mustache. Well, that's just adorable. How you doing, Riker? Are you shirking again to win? Whoa. Roland. When have I ever shirked anything? Shirking. I'll shirk you.
Hello there.
Hey, Cat. I did, but no, I'm not shirking, I lied. There's a difference between shirking and lying, and what I did was lie right to your face. just right to it. That is Valfera. That camera is on my Ender 3 V2. That is the new Ender 3 that I got. I have an Ender 3 original baseline model on the shelf below it, but I only have one Ender camera, so I thought I'd put it on the shiny new V2. I think the V2 is worth the money for the most part. The silent motherboard is a big upgrade, and that would cost you at least $50 to get by itself, and then you have to do the install. And it comes with a couple other features. I think it's worth it. I like the belt tensioners being built right in. That's really, really nice. DC News. Poison Ivy has changed her name and become an evil, vindictive villain from a peaceful, loving eco-terrorist. Her name is Queen Ivy. Also an Ivy that is 99% impossible to kill. To be fair, she was always pretty hard to kill. As I recall. I'm glad that she's come back around to being a villain, I must say. I had one day where multiple people got into a donation fight and I had no idea what to do. Chaotic, when people do that, you know, when the hype train gets going, when people are dropping those donations and people are dropping the bits, you gotta do the one thing that's left to do. You gotta dig deep. You gotta grab yourself down by the root, and you gotta shut the fuck up and let them give you money. That's what you gotta do. Ugh. Oh, I was just talking shit about you, Cat. It's no big deal. We do that, right, generally, if you're streaming, and I feel like I've got 5 minutes or so, I'll just talk endless shit about you until you show up.
If you
I think everybody
don't
else
respect the cat, you're gonna get the bat.
I don't want the bat. Let me finish eating my nut bar here. That's not what I said, Chaotic. No. You're taking that in an unfortunate direction. That makes sense, Belfera. I got my new Ender because I've been doing a lot of prototyping lately, and I've just found myself with a lot of situations where if I had another print bed going, like, all my work would be going, you know, twice as fast. So it made sense. It made sense for me in that specific situation. If I were looking to do a straight upgrade, I'd probably go to like one of the CR10 V2s or V3s, or I really do want an Ender 5 Plus, but I'm kind of waiting for an Ender 5 Plus V2, where they put in the silent motherboard and make a couple other little tweaks like they do to their baseline models. You're Falcon, what the fuck? Did you just... What? just like, donate, like, drop me like 27 bucks? Holy shit, dude. Gear Falcon, thank you so much. I'll tell you what I'm gonna do, though. I am gonna take that donation and use that to start off the donation bar when I put it up next. I just wanted to say, I've got a little list of things, specific items I want to get to improve my painting setup and to improve the stream. I need to get a new compressor. I'm putting that down on the list, because that's not going to greatly improve the quality of the stream itself. I'm focusing on things that are going to improve the quality of the stream, because if I'm going to put up a donation bar, I want it to be for, and I'm only going to talk about this for a second, because it's a little gauche, you know. If I'm going to put up a donation bar, and this is what I've done in the past, it's going to be for something specific, and it's going to be for something that you are going to see the results of in my acquisition. So, a camera, yep. I've been looking at stream decks. There are some things I'd like to do with my overlays now that I'm really kind of analyzing it, and I see the appeal in having a stream deck. Either the 6-button or the standard edition, and that's like $100 to $150. The problem is that a new camera, which I definitely want to get, is going to be like $500, like $500-600. But, you know, whatever. I can put up the bar and let it sit there, and if nobody feels like donating, that's fine too. So you'll probably see one of those popping up next stream, just to get things rolling. Oh, I got some of these Hex Hills out. I was asked by Flavolicious, by Steel Warrior Studios, to do a board build using nothing but the pieces that are available in the Cat, yeah, I know you did. That $5 ended up going into the Typhoon paint mixer. Which is awesome, by the way, and thank you so much. I don't think that's accurate, Machine God. I'm pretty sure bits are like a penny each. So 100 is $1 and 1,000 is $10. I'm fairly sure. But, yeah. So Steel Warrior wanted me to build, or to do a board build on a Hextech mat that is composed entirely of pieces that we now have available for free on Steel Warrior Studios. So if you go to Steel Warrior Studios, and you go into the Thunderhead Studio STL download section, you will find, yeah, it costs you more to buy than I get out of it. That is accurate. In fact, I would recommend, if you are ever like, I want to donate a bunch of money to Thunderhead Stream, unless you've already got the bits, you've already purchased them, there is a donate button down below the stream, and that will cost you less money. And really, I don't, the Streamlabs, I think they take a chunk of it, but not as much as Twitch does. Yeah. Anyway, if you go to the Steel Warrior Studios site in the STL Downloads free sample section, you'll find a free sample pack with a whole series of parts, including buildings, some roads, some hills. It's just a free sample pack to get you started so you can see if you want to buy the rest of it. And I'm going to build a board using nothing but the free sample parts, just to show what you can do with it, so that, because these are all going to be parts that you can just get for free and run off on your printer. But I need to do that later. I have to prime those things. Speaking of priming, I got something in the mail today. There are, White Wolf, there are two hills. There is one type of desert hill and one type of grassland hill. I didn't make them the smallest hills we have. I made them decent-looking hills. Do you use your other... Oh, they're both going right now. Your Falcon, my Enders run constantly. Like, the reason that I got this new one is because the old one has been running, like, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, for like a year and a half. Just going, and I'm always backlogged on prints. I'm always, as soon as this is done, I gotta make sure, like, I timed my day around it. Like, this is an 8-hour print. I'm gonna set a timer. I'm gonna be here in 8 hours to pop it off the build plate and get another one going.
You liked battle mechs, so I put a battle mech in your battle mech, and now Thunderhead's 3D printer is broken.
Really pushing our luck with that one. But now, see, for instance, what it's printing right now, and let me tell you, this sucks. I just had... Here, let me grab it real quick. I'll just show you. Shit, did I put it in the trash? I might have. Okay. Well, I was going to show you something, but I was struck with an acute case of stupidity. No, not stupidity. I threw it in the trash because it was useless. But okay, what's printing right there, I had started printing it 12 hours ago. And it got through to about the 12-hour part, and it was meant to be the lower part of the new paint rack to hold these Pro Acryl paints. Yeah, I need to adjust my camera settings a bit, because that looks like... I don't know what it is. Is my gain too high, maybe? I was messing with my exposure. Let me adjust it slightly and see if that helps. That takes a little bit of the edge off of it. Yeah, let's lower my gain, and we'll go with that. But I was printing it, and it got about 12 hours in, which is about halfway, because it's about a one-day print. And then I took one of these, and I was like, well, let me just test my fit to see if I got it right. And I stick it in there, and it's just like it really tight grip, barely fits into the slots. I'm like, oh, shit. I went and I looked at my files, and I saw what I did. I measured this with my calipers. I got 30 millimeters, and I was just like, oh, make the inner diameter 30 millimeters. That was stupid. You add at least a millimeter to that just to allow it to fit smoothly. I did that with all the other ones, with the Vallejo Reaper-sized ones. I didn't do it with this one. So, wasted probably about 150, 200 grams of filament there. So anyway, just before the stream, I popped those off. I went into Fusion. I rebuilt the entire bottom of it. I cranked it out into an STL, and I started it printing just before the stream. So those are going to be going for about 24 hours. And since I've got two going, I know this math is pretty complicated, but instead of spending 2 days printing the lower part of my new paint rack, it's just going to spend 1 day and I love that about having 2 printers. And then I can start on the top portions. That'll take about another 3 days total. So about a 4-day print job, and I will be able to put all of my Pro Acryl paints on the wall. I'm going to go through my paints. I'm going to pull out the ones I'm not using. I'm going to put in some of the new Scale 75s that We're the Gamers was kind enough to send me. And ultimately nothing will change from a viewer perspective. I realize as I get to the end of the story. Like, from your perspective, I'll be like, I will have access to slightly more paints and you'll barely notice. But it'll make me feel better. Which I suppose is important, I guess. Been getting 3D print commissions, forgot to say something about a machine gun. I'm glad to hear that. Yeah, if you can make money with your printer, man, you can make that thing pay for itself in no time flat. Jahal here for a chill stream while I homework. Well, we're pretty chill around here. I'll try to avoid anything that isn't totally chill. You know what I mean? Hey, Wolf and Spawn, a very good morning to you too. So I was saying, speaking of Primer, I've been watching a lot of Brush for Hire lately. He is a fantastic streamer. If you're not following Brush for Hire, you really, really should be. He is very, very welcoming. He's very knowledgeable. He's very talented. He's always willing to ask questions. He is one of my favorite painting streams on Twitch. And I've had a lot of people recommend the Stynylrez Primer, though I myself have never used it. But after watching him do a couple of prime jobs with a brush, I went ahead and I just picked up the smallest size they had from Stynylrez. Is that how you pronounce it? Stynylrez. Yeah, Stynylrez. But I got their gray, their black, and their white. I'm not going to be using it today because I've already primed Iron Man, but I'm going to be trying this in the near future, and I'll let you know how I like it. And my thanks to We're the Gamers for those neat little bottles. By the way, I went ahead and put the white ink that I generally use for... Damn, this just glows in my camera right now. Holy monkey. Let me adjust based on this, because this is out of control. There we go. There we go. I just needed to drop my exposure a teeny weeny little bit. Oh, that seems dark. What have I done? What have I done, you guys? I think that's okay. I gotta like decide on my camera settings before I start streaming sometime. Anyway, I'm actually using these little bottles. They're cute, aren't they? Look at this little guy.
Welcome, everyone.
It's itty bitty.
Thunderhead Studios, where the only rule is...
Please don't show me your genitals. Don't do it.
Have fun.
Please don't.
Be safe. And above all...
Don't show them to me. For the love of God. I really, genuinely do not want to see your junk. On top of the fact that it would probably get me kicked off Twitch. Like, both of these things simultaneously. Ooh. Love your Stynylrez. Yeah, Datron, I've heard good things about it. Got my printer on Amazon because it's not hard to find sales, especially if you're able to wait for Amazon days or a lightning deal. You can often get it, if you're looking for a new printer, you can often get them at good prices directly from Creality. Or there's another site called Creality 3D Store. It's not official, and that might throw you at first, because you'd be like, oh, it looks like they're trying to be official. They are a legit store. They are a reseller, but they are a legit store, and they do get some pretty excellent sales going. You can often pick up... Did my camera just flip out? That was weird. You can often pick up an Ender 3 there for like $180, which is really a damn good deal. Tired and a little stressed, but overall all right. I am glad to hear that you are overall all right, even if tired and stressed is not the best thing. Oh, that was from Yukir Falcon. Where can I get an Ender? And which one? Always feel free to ask questions, like the question Silver Hydra is asking right now. That question is, how cool is it to be subscribed to Thunderhead Studio? And the answer, believe it or not, is it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. Silver Hydra, thank you so much for that Prime sub. I'm glad to be the place you feel like spending your Amazon Prime monies. North Star Hero, good evening to you, and good to see ya. Couple commissions for Battle Mechs. Most of that I'm getting commissions for is Tyranids. Is it beer o'clock yet? Pesmotion, it was beer o'clock like 45 minutes ago, man. Like 45 minutes ago. Yeah, you can thank Kat. You can thank Kat for getting my notifications in order. adding some fun little animations to them, because I'm just too scattered, too lazy, you know, take your pick these days to actually do any work. Oh, God. Someone kill me. Funsteinal Res be a good midpoint between standard primer and gesso. Be interested in seeing how it works for you. I've heard that it's particularly good on 3D prints. How is Fat Tire a hipster beer? It is like... It's everywhere. And it's fantastic, by the way. I really enjoy it. It's a nice, smooth amber. Where the hell did I just put my mouse? I have a mouse that I use. Oh, there. It's actually on the screen. Ugh. Maybe it's my white balance. I'm not going to mess with my camera settings anymore. I'm sorry that it has been a little bit of an issue getting going. A little bit. Kat, that artist that you got to do our emotes, Babin, she's doing more for us right now, but she has become like my fucking go-to 2 a.m. stream. She has... Samara, what do you want? Samara, did you just donate $69? Okay, so 2 remarks. Remark number 1, thank you so much, Samara. I value your presence, I value your donations, and I value your support. And second comment, you immature fuck. Thank you so much. I will roll the 2 very generous donations we've gotten just today from me talking about accepting donations into the start of our donation bar so we can get some more equipment here going on the stream. 69 dooba. Grapefruit mead, that sounds delicious. That sounds quite wonderful. Fat Tire's up here in Seattle. Yeah, no, Fat Tire's everywhere. Like, it's technically Bobbin. I never pronounce it right. I'm in the stream and I never pronounce it right. And I don't know if I'm pronouncing it right because she has like a Welsh accent, so I'm trying to like Americanize it. Like, no, you're saying your name wrong. Say it right, you filthy fiffle faffle. Let's get started. Yeah? Let's actually paint something. What do you say? I'm not in her Discord, but I love her stream. She has become my go-to 2 a.m. stream. She is a lot of fun. She has a great stream. She is very talented, entertaining to listen to, and I'm usually up at 2 or 3 working on something anyway. Samara, I really do appreciate it, man. I cannot thank you enough. I am, next stream, going to have a donation bar going up, either for the Stream Deck or for the camera, though I will say that if it's the Stream Deck, you guys have almost paid for it already. That's fucking crazy. I might wait on the Stream Deck just because I know that the prices have been inflated a little bit lately anyway. But there are some things that I can do with it to improve the stream and to improve the Storm Report, I realized after talking for a little while with... I'm mixing up my red here, by the way. That I think are worthwhile. More so than my current little series of macro buttons. And I'd like to get the technical aspects of the stream a little bit more under control now that I'm pretty sure we're going to be doing this for, like, you know, a while. Alright, I have some of this burnt red from Pro Acryl here. I kind of want to make it a little darker. And I think what I'm going to do is I'm just going to lightly desaturate it with a touch of black. White Wolf, thank you so much. For the reminder. I feel like I'm not good enough for my aspirations lately. I don't jewel, I use terrain paints for my bases, only just started varnishing Rogue. Let me turn that on its head real quick for you, if you don't mind. And let me tell you that your aspirations are what are going to make you good. If you didn't aspire, if you thought about your paint jobs as, I don't give a shit about the paint, I just want to put it on the table. Here, this is good enough. It's not bare plastic. It's unlikely that you would improve. The fact is, you want to improve. And I know that it's frustrating. I know that it takes time. I know that it's easy to lose sight of what you're trying to achieve. But I'm telling you, it is those very aspirations you're having trouble living up to that are going to ensure you not only meet, but exceed them. I know you will, because I hear you talking about your work. I see the improvements that you make. I see how critical you are of your own work, and the fact is, the only way I would say you're not going to meet your aspirations is if you were none of those things, if you were not critical, and you didn't really want to get better. Give yourself time. Every single thing you paint, you get better. Every single thing. I need to pull up my reference for Iron Man, because I can never remember what parts of his armor are red, and what parts are yellow, and there's like some silver in there, and this is going to take me probably a little bit just laying down the base coats. But once my basic colors are down, it should go a whole lot easier. You don't have to donate shit, Gear Falcon, for Thunderhead mechs. I don't take donations. That's just channel points, and it's just when I have the redemptions open. And the only reason the redemptions aren't open right now is because I've got a few more I want to do, and I could take all the redemptions in the world and put you guys all on a list and then go, haha, fuck you, it's going to take 6 months. But I don't want to do that. I'd rather you hold on to your points until I know I'm going to be able to get to you in a reasonable period of time. But it will open up again. Don't you worry even a little bit. Jay Barnhill, howdy howdy. Good to see you. How are things? Haven't seen you in a while. Well, the armor is mostly red with a couple of spots of gold. So let's just start laying down a little bit of our burnt red with a touch of black here. Now, I do want to use fairly saturated colors for Iron Man. I want to use some fairly brilliant, vivid upper tones. But I feel like desaturating the shadows is a good idea, so my base tone is going to be pretty dark. Pretty much the only gold on his legs is going to be on his thighs, and then he's got a little bit of silver also on his thighs and the backs of his knees. That's not bad. Just about White Wolf. What kind of clay, Puck Duncher? What are you talking about? What's happening? You smelling horse manure for some reason? It's like a little bit of silver on this piece behind the knee. Just got a Heavy Gear Blitz Army box, so working on assembling those right now. Those are fun to build. They're well-made models. DAS modeling clay, the red stuff. Oh, it smells a bit like poo-poo, huh? Okay. Maybe it is. Maybe that's their trade secret. I figured this red is going to be nearly the deepest shadow that I leave on the red. I might come in and deepen the shadows once I get the highlights down as needed to define areas. God, his armor has become so complex over the years. It's kind of ridiculous. All these little servos and werbos and durbos and lurbos and other bows and stows. I know, everybody likes to geek out over Iron Man.
Oh, he's Iron Man. Oh, he's got a robot suit.
So there's a little bit of gold right here. There's a little silver right here. But this plate is generally red. Yeah. And some more red here. I've been dreading this model. Just because, like, I know that I could do a real quick job on it. I know I could throw down, like, some metallics and whatnot. And kind of glaze over top. But I really wanted to do something more on it, because it's a nice model. Hold up. I'm going to adjust my focus. I don't have it right. Yeah, that should be better. Okay.
And so I painted on some metallics.
Oof.
Bitches love metallics.
I love the metallics. And that's gold and that's silver. Yeah. So I'll just leave that be for the moment. And then his butt plate is gold. I guess it's not a butt plate, it's more like the internal joint plates on the insides of the knees and thighs and stuff. Let me go down to his foot and start there, otherwise I'm going to confuse myself and miss spots. But like that's Iron Man, not Dread. Hoo 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 hee hee. We like to tell jokes in this stream, and it doesn't matter if they're good, apparently. What are y'all doing today? Working on anything good? Not working on anything at all? That's fine, too. If you don't feel like working on anything, I encourage you to take this time watching this stream and just relax. Don't waste a bunch of mental energy thinking about the stuff you're not working on. Don't waste any energy feeling bad about not making progress on a project, because you know what? You'll be able to make that time up. When you have the inspiration and you sit down and you start working, it'll just flow. And honestly, an hour spent working, a half hour spent working when you're feeling inspired is worth 12 hours of staring at a model when you don't. Hey, Bone Shooter 87, it's good to see ya. Play and Win says I should have put some LEDs in it. And that's because Play and Win is a bit of a fucking sadist. You know? You know what I mean? How you doing, Play and Win? It's good to see you, man. I'm sorry we weren't able to pull off ThunderCon 2020, but I've still got some hopes for 2021 if y'all are going to be available. I may be going to Las Vegas Open. That could be interesting. I mean, I more than likely am. I say maybe because I'm waiting to see if, you know, LVO happens on time, but assuming that it does, I plan to be there. I'm planning on that and Wasteland Weekend next year. Again, assuming that it is possible. LEDs. Not today. Guess I'm just not that much of a masochist. I swear, I see some people paint the details on these models, and I wonder if they got sharper versions of the models that I did. Because some of these details get kind of washed out, and it's a little bit annoying. Not like super annoying, but a little bit, because they don't seem to have trouble picking out the definition of them. And I'm like, wait, where is that part?
You know, I suppose you could just go ahead and glorb that paint on anywhere.
I will.
It's not like we're trying to get inside the lines or anything.
We are in the stage of this paint job that is Glorb City, my friend. Glorbing with a purpose, also known as painting. Last 12 hours or so, I've been pretty hyped. 2 new trailers for Star Wars, one for the new Squadrons game and the other for Seasons 2 of The Mandalorian. I haven't seen either of them yet. I saw they both came out, but I haven't watched them. Not working on anything because I feel like a cheat and a hack with ridiculous notions. Rogue! Rogue, my man! My man. That's just nonsense, man. Give yourself some time. Don't focus on painting right now. Sit back, crack open a bear, and just hang out. And before long, it'll come right back to you. You just gotta let it. Found some pretty sick Old Testament style angel minis online and bought them. Gonna print them up for the D&D campaign. Oh, that should be pretty cool. They're just painting what might be there. Yeah, I'm gonna have to lean into that a little bit, I guess. You posted the Squadron one? I'll have to go take a look. I'm psyched for Squadrons, if only because it looks like someone making a loose attempt at dragging X-Wing versus TIE Fighter kicking and screaming into the modern era. And X-Wing versus TIE Fighter is some of the most fun I ever had playing a Star Wars video game. And if it's in VR, all the better. Give me something to do with my quest. I admit, I haven't done anything with my VR headset in a while. By the time there's something I want to do with it, they'll have released the Quest 2, which they already announced. Almost his entire back is red. There's like no gold back here. Not gonna put some coal black on that undercarriage? Not on this undercarriage, baby! He does have a couple of small gold panels on his chest, and those seem to be right here.
Welcome back to 50 Shades of Coal Gray. And as he pulled his stiff bristles out of my wet fluids, I yelled out, "No, Thunderhead! You need to thin that paint first!"
We like to lay it on thick and sloppy. I guess I could have done the gold parts first now that I'm looking at what parts they actually are. Many of them are deeper than the red plates, but oh well. Shoulders appear to be entirely red. Neck is entirely red. Obviously the faceplate is gold, but almost everything else is red from here on. Lots of red. I got some pretty good red done on Captain Marvel recently, and it kind of made me go back and regret the red choices that I made on Spider-Man. This has been happening all throughout these Marvel figures. I paint, the latest one, and then I go back and I'm like, but the red that I did on the other one wasn't quite as vivid, and I'm like, hell. So I actually went back last night and touched up Spider-Man a little bit, just small changes, nothing major. I'm pretty happy with how Captain Marvel came out. Now, of course, she's not finished. I haven't done her face yet. Because I dread doing faces. That, and I'm a little... I don't know what I want to do with her eyes. I was thinking about making her eyes glow yellow, which would save me the trouble of trying to paint pupils. And that's the thing she does, right? Her eyes glow or some shit like that. That's among her infinite powers, isn't it? Rogue, that's not a lack of skill. This is a conversation that I had recently with, who was it? I was talking to Wonder Gecko. Actually, if you listen to anybody, you'll probably listen to Wonder Gecko, an amazing painter, particularly of battle mechs. He was remarking that he doesn't feel like he's a particularly good painter. Think about that for a minute. And then he started listing off all the little tricks that he uses. He's like, I'm not a good painter. I just know how to do this thing and that thing and the other thing. And, I know how to do this part real fast by using this little trick that I learned. And like I was trying to tell him, what you're describing is practice and skill. What do you think the good painters do? Like, are there painters out there who are just prodigies? Are there people out there who sit down for the first time ever with some paints and just know what to do and make up their own methods and it's fucking amazing? Yeah, sure, there are like 1 in a fucking billion people who do that, absolutely. Why are you beating yourself up for not being essentially magic? Because those people are not the rule, they are the exception. Most artists, most real artists have to learn and they have to practice, and those tricks you feel like you're using, those are just methods. That skill is what you're describing. It's skill that you have gained by practicing, by studying, by paying attention, and by giving a shit. That's exactly my point, Rogue. Everybody feels that way. Those amazing artists out there that you admire, they're thinking the same damn thing. They're thinking, why are people paying attention to me? I'm bad at what I do. And they're just as full of shit as you are. What mic am I using? This is the Scarlet... what's the designation of the mic? It's the one that they include in their Scarlet Studio set with the Scarlet Solo XLR interface. It is the functional equivalent of one of them are AT-10s that are so popular. They don't have a War Machine figure yet? I find that surprising. They have so many other Marvel figures. I'm sure they'll get to them. I mean, if it's a character that's in the movies in particular, they're definitely going to have a figure of it. They have lots of characters that aren't in the movies. The ones that are in the movies, they pretty much just rip their costumes right off. Yeah. Fucking take it, Rogue. Take your inspiration. You'll take it and like it. I just want you to understand that those feelings you're having, while they seem like just terrible, and while there's nothing that makes having those feelings any easier. There's no way for me to wave a magic wand and make it suck less to be in that thought process. Like, I understand that. But you have to know that you're not alone. Not only are you not alone, you are suffering from a very, very common phenomenon. And I hope that that helps you to get through it, because, man, I'm telling you, you're wrong. Is that everything? Any thin spots I'm going to get here? I'd really rather not leave any thin spots. I'm going to be applying almost all of my highlighting by hand here. Oh, I should probably do the back of his arm. That's a good idea. Side of the wrist there, bottom of the arm, I don't want to miss that. A little bit more here on the thigh. Feet, insides of the legs, backs of the legs, backs of the feet. My spots where I usually miss and leave thin spots. Upper bicep, behind the arm, needs some red. Of these recesses. Rather have red shadows beneath the gold. I'll tell you though, there's an idea. Maybe working a little bit of a purple into the shadows around the gold could look cool. Nice complementary shadow, you know? Focusrite CM25. Thank you. Yeah, that sounds right, White Wolf. Favorite war machine is Infinity War. See him to go full close air support and drop ordnance on Thanos' arm. That was pretty cool, to be fair. Oh, bots. Bots are people too, you guys. Except they're not, and that's kind of the whole point of a bot. I am lucky to have such an attentive mod team. We haven't had many problems, but the problems that we have had have been taken care of so quickly I barely have time to notice them. A more professional streamer might not mention them at all. But I am not that professional. Feeling pretty good about that red. So I'm going to let that sit for a second, and I got to pick out a base. A base for my gold. I like this golden brown. I need something deeper, though. I don't want to go right to brown. I'm thinking maybe a little mix of this Pro Acryl golden brown into the rich leather is going to give me a nice deep tone. I feel like the golden brown is going to put just a little bit more yellow into the rich leather, and that's going to give me the base tone that I want. Gonna go back to power watching Avatar on Netflix. Well, you have a good time, Pondburn. Thank you for stopping in. It is always a pleasure to see you. Now, I will not claim at any point over the course of this stream that what I'm about to do is going to be good NMM, or even competent NMM. What I'm going to do is practice NMM, because I don't do a lot of it. I don't really like doing it with just silver armor, but for some reason the idea of doing it on Iron Man's red really appeals to me, particularly since he's a comic book character, and that's often how he would be drawn anyway. So let's put down a little bit of that. A little bit of that rich leather. Ooh, almost should have gone with the polished. Ah, that's fine. That's why I'm doing the golden brown. A little bit of the golden brown. And this golden brown is almost... I think this plus a little bit of yellow is going to take me into my highlight territory, so I really don't want to go too bright with this. I just want to take a little bit of this over here and mix it in. It gives me a nice, rich, deep golden tone. Let's get some water in there. I feel pretty good about that. Maybe a little bit darker. Maybe a little bit darker. Eranthius joining the Storm Chasers, joining the stream. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome, welcome. I just feel like a little darker. This isn't, I don't know. I don't want to desaturate the gold any more than it already is, because I'm not using a strong saturated yellow. A touch of a dark brown. Go with some of this Reaper nut brown, but really not much at all. I think I'm going to put some over here, and I'm just going to dab it in. That's not bad. Now remember, the color that I'm trying to get here is going to be essentially the deepest color that I'm going to leave on the gold parts. Yeah, I feel pretty good about that. It's almost like a khaki. Oh my god! Trihydrate. So be it. I'm gonna drink some actual water. Also. Oh god. Somehow it's the water that's hard to drink. Oh, lordy, lordy. Have I ever done Nexus Mod Manager before? I actually have, yes. What? What? So be it. I'm gonna be hydrated as fuck. I never pause the stream to go pee, cat. I pee on stream all the time, you just never know it. Yeah, that's right. Mull that over for a few minutes. No, I think I need to go darker. This isn't quite doing it for me. Let's go deeper. Mix in a little bit more of my brown here. I gotta remember, I want a nice, deep shadow, and this is my deepest color. It's essentially just a brown at this point, with just a little bit of yellow in it, but I think that's okay. I can always deepen the shadows later, too. I guess technically this isn't the deepest color I'm going to apply, because I can deepen the shadows. God damn it, Machine God! Oh my god. Yeah, why do you think I have a fucking... Why do you think I sit in a rubber chair? Come on. Give it the program, guys. It's 2020. You know, getting up to pee is so... I guess it's kind of 2020. Okay, I guess most people do get up to pee. So I don't really know what that is. So... normal? Missed a little spot of red I'm going to come in and get in just a second. Oh, excuse me. Oh, that's what you get. That's what you get from the pentahydrate is I burp, for God's sake. Oh.
Do you like sexy battle mechs, sexy streamers, and sexy Solaris cheerleaders? Well, Thunderhead Stream has some of those things, and more.
And more. I think this is
Here at Thunderhead Studio, we specialize in turning your shame into more shame.
Yeah, that's accurate. That's accurate. What's up, Aeon Drummond? It is good to see ya. It's not a camera we're funding, it's the new floor drain. You caught me. It's so I can live like a spaceman. There are a couple small areas to get with red. I'm seeing now. Get his yeller face mask here. I swear, I absolutely swear other people are getting Marvel Crisis Protocol miniatures with sharper definition on them than I am. Because I've seen people paint this guy and be like, oh yeah, just throw down some paint on this detail here. And I'm like, what fucking detail? It's not there. That's okay. We'll just have to paint the details on ourselves. Alright, now I'm looking for a nice neutral to bluish gray to do my silver parts, and I'm thinking medium gunship gray from Vallejo. No, I don't think that's the case, Jack. I can note on these models where you had some mild difficulties with assembly, and I do not feel that the soft details are your fault. They seem like the problem with the sculpt. Because I got these models as bare plastic from you. Actually, where's my Tempest Gray? Yeah, Tempest Gray, that's what I want to use. Because I was just thinking I want to mix in a little bit of blue, but Tempest Gray is already blue-ish. That should be right. Yeah, Roland, music is one thing that, like, I just go with, you know, what's free, essentially. Getting music for your stream for Twitch is weirdly complicated. You have to buy licensing or have a band that is willing to license you, and contacting musicians to get licensed for music is difficult. It's expensive. A lot of people end up going with these general playlists of music that are licensed, that is license free. That's one of the reasons I use Pretzel. Pretzel provides playlists of music that is license free, so I don't have to worry about getting smacked down by the censors. Alright, other silver parts on the back of the knee. And on the spine. Put down a little red where I missed it. As a general principle that I'll go ahead and note because I failed to do it this time, know what colors you're putting down in what order, and always try to go with the lowest points of the model first and then paint out towards the outer surface. It's just cleaner. I'm having to do a little cleanup because I didn't do that. Of course, I'm going to violate that rule almost immediately because it is my intent to highlight the red first and then do the gold. But in highlighting, it's less important, I feel like, depending on the highlight, unless it's something that's like, you're going to really ruin the highlights around it if you try to do it last. And take a bit of pure white. Yes, Samare. I am going to be using some pure white on the glowing parts before I come in later and apply some blues to try to make them appear as if they're glowing. Use pure white for tricks, for tricking the eye, and glow effects are one of those tricks. It certainly helps to have a base of pure white down if you're going to be doing a glow effect because you can get a really pure, bright color this way, rather than trying to overcome your base coat. Actually, I should thin that just a teeny little bit. Not a lot, but a little bit. Atomic Mass has done a pretty good job with most of their minis, but yeah, some of the assembly is maybe a little kludgy. I think they did a really good job with their Hulk at the very least. That would have been an easy mini to get wrong in a lot of different ways. Yeah, do white there and white there. Yeah, photograph that Battlemaster. Get that in on the Storm Report. I want to put a little bit of white down on his eyes. So that's going to be white later. And then I can clean them up as I highlight the yellow. In theory. There we go. Yeah, soft pulls definitely happen. 4-piece head? Jesus, maybe I don't understand how many pieces some of these minis are really in. It does seem unnecessary to me. And I don't do a lot of plastic molding, so maybe not? I don't know. They're nice minis for the most part, but yeah, there's just a few where some of the detail has been softer than I'd like. Alright, now we can start to work on the red wee little bits. Actually get some proper coloration going on. I'm going to go all the way up to Pro Acryl's Bold Pyrrole? Pyrrole? I don't know how you say that. I should have put my gray someplace else because I kind of want to mix this red with the other red, but that's okay. I can do that over here. For my first round of highlights, I'm going to cut this with a little bit of my base red. Because this is a very vivid red that I've been enjoying using since I got the Pro Acryl paints. Thin it a little bit. Yeah, I'm going to pick up some of this dark red that I mixed here and just pull some of this in here and try to get some middle ground between the desaturated dark red and the very saturated red that I'm going to be highlighting up to. Yeah, that's not bad. That's a good start. I'll start putting down some light highlights, shall we? Oh, you know what? I missed a spot. I missed a spot right on his foot. First place I look. Check his other foot while I'm at it. There we go. Almost blood-colored. They call him Blood Man. And they call him Iron Man, but the iron they're referring to is the iron in your blood. I'm going to leave a lot of areas in pretty deep shadow here because I am going to make an attempt at going for an NMM effect, and that really does require some very deep shadows by the time you're done highlighting. A lot of these shadows I'm probably going to come in and deepen some before I'm done too. I'm going to try to get a nice smooth transition everywhere that I'm doing this, which is why I'm going to go through a number of reds on the way to the top. And I want to have kind of a vivid, saturated midtone, and then really a desaturated highlight and deep shadow. I think that's going to be interesting. So I'm going to take it almost all the way up to white for my highlights. Instep plate here. And some on the inside of our ankle here, but not too much, really just towards the bottom. Plate is turned largely up towards the light source, so it's going to get a lot of red. It seems like you really want to have some nice bright spots next to your deepest shadows for this to really be effective too. I'm still very much learning the principles of NMM, so again, I would not expect my highlight placement to be the best. I use some reference photos just to give myself an idea of where the light would be hitting. I'm at work and don't want to be here. I'm at work. I mean, no, I'm not at work. I'm not. I mean, yeah, not really. You're at work and I don't want you to be there. That's what I was trying to say. Yeah, that's it. Shin Lock with the follow. Sorry I'm being a little quiet tonight, guys. I'm just really, I'm painting a little bit more intensely than I often do. Shinlock, welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. And thank you so much for that follow, man. Much appreciated. I hope you're having a good day. Seems like just right across the front of the thigh here is a good place for a nice, large highlight. Right down in here. Touching this little recessed area. And our little plate above. Not too much. Not too much. And we can do kind of a broad one here. Make sure we get a couple areas on this little hip servo. Leaves a nice dark area in the middle. And bring some down across the back of his thigh, but push it away from the other highlights. Shiny thighs. What's up, Scud24? How you doing? He's a shiny guy, Iron Man. Apparently he polishes armor. He polishes that armor plenty. Spot up here and then a little bit down here. Really trying to leave lots of nice dark areas. These are the broadest level of highlighting I'm going to do. The rest of them are probably going to be pretty much just spot highlights after this. I'm going to go a little broad with the next one up, but after that it's going to get real fine. You mean Jarvis? Yeah, no, that's fair. Jarvis really probably does literally all the work, considering, yeah, at least in the movies, he didn't even... Technically, Tony Stark didn't even build his own armor, except for that first one. He just sort of fed the plans into Jarvis and was like, hey, Paul Bettany, build me a suit. Keep the highlights going in the same direction here. Unify the legs a little bit. Bit on this inner cap here. Again, here where the plates are kind of turning up towards the light more. Really do his foot here. Let me get some simple highlights on here. I'm not going to put too much focus on the foot. Your feet wind up in shadow a lot anyway. Polish me, Jarvis! Polish me like you would your French girls. Didn't they make that joke? Yeah, they totally made a masturbation joke in Iron Man about Jarvis. With his whole, oh, let's face it, this is not the worst thing you've caught me doing. Like, I can't possibly push that joke any more immature because they already did it. Be more immature? I think it'd be less mature. That would be the correct phrasing there, more than likely. I'll leave a lot of shadow on this inner leg that's turned downward. Yeah. Focus my highlights outward here. Also thought that was more in reference to her walking in on him banging the girl of the night person. Oh, I just assumed that it was him whacking off. I guess I wasn't... you know what? I wasn't thinking about it from the perspective of an international turbo playboy. I guess that's just not a problem I have. Fair enough. I'm not really the Tony Stark type, you know? Again, I really want to focus these highlights outward, away from the inner thigh. And remember that I can clean these up as I go through it. This is a nice red that I'm using here. I really like these Pro Acryls. They've got a good pigment density. I don't have to fight with my reds to get them to stay down, and that is a nice touch. Hard edge here, so I want to focus my highlights on one side of it and leave the other side mostly dark. bad. That's not bad. Does the camera seem darker? So it is very dark, but the camera may in fact be darker than usual. Hang on. You know what it was? I was fooling with my camera settings earlier, and I don't think I have it quite where I want it to be. Is that better, Verg? That should be better. I just bumped the gain up a little bit. Now, to be fair, it is a very dark red that I'm working up from. Glad to hear it. Yeah, sorry about that. My camera settings are always a little bit fucky. Still fucky, but it is bad. As long as it's not, like, irredeemably fucky, then I think we'll be okay. Adjust my microphone here so I can actually paint. I think my favorite armor that Tony had in the MCU is the suitcase one, because it was so detailed. I thought the suitcase one was kind of cool, even if that movie was not overall great. Feeling very emo today. Yeah, no, we probably are having some camera issues today. I hope they're not too terribly distracting. I was messing with my settings before, and I can't guarantee that I did a good job. Nice hard upturned edge right here. Sternum. It's a good place to put a broad highlight. You know, like, honestly, these, like, ab plates, I'm basically just drawing them on. There's so little distinction between them on the model itself. Very, very shallow details. I really wish that more model makers would go much, much deeper on detail. It must have something to do with the casting. You take it easy, inks the kitsune. What? I don't understand how this part happens, how I wind up off-center of my camera, because I'm just shifting my chair to the left. And I haven't changed my camera position. It's just that the entire fucking world is conspiring against me at all times, guys. I think that's a perfectly legitimate sort of reaction to occasional camera problems. What answer could there be other than an international conspiracy against my painting stream, really? I challenge you to answer that question. This is turned towards the light here. Good, strong bit of red here. I'm going to have a blue glow coming out of here, so I'm not going to mess with the inside of the arc reactor indent so much. picking up at the sharp edge here on the chest plate. Yeah, I think pretty much red almost all the way across here. And some more at this hard edge. Really trying to leave those shadowed bits in between so that you get some depth across this when I do the high highlights. Why, thank you, Dyslexic Lemons. I appreciate it. Kursala, that is definitely a part of it. It is my opinion, and has been for some time, that not enough model sculptors paint models actively, and they will forget sometimes what makes a good model. There's a good there are a few good examples across the new BattleTech line. As awesome as those models are, and don't get me wrong, there are a few choices made that they've even expressed regret on, like the cockpit of the new Battlemaster, or not Battlemaster, that thing's huge. The cockpit of the new Thunderbolt, which is just like, fuck you, painter tiny. Like insultingly small. Like as if it's just there to taunt you. Okay, go to the back. But yeah, I appreciate details that take painters into account, because, I mean, these models are ultimately made to be painted, are they not? They certainly should be. And if that's the case, they should try putting in details that I don't have to make up in my head. Because if I was not referring to one of the images that they have of this on the official site, I would not see some of these details. I would miss them entirely. And I may end up just painting over them anyway to spite them. Because obviously the guys at Atomic Mass Games are going to be like, whoa, Thunderhead just intentionally didn't paint that part of the model. I feel insulted, and I'm going to change my behavior as a result. That is definitely what's going to happen. I have been well and truly put in my place by some fucking Twitch streamer, and I'm going to consider this every day for the rest of my life. That's a believable scenario to me. But then I believe some wacky things, so maybe take that with a grain of salt. I'm doing just fine. In a couple minutes, though. Thank you. Is Baby Yoda still adorable? I haven't watched the new Mandalorian trailer. Mail slot canopy. Yeah, it's pretty brutal. I've noticed that the kids' logic sculpts for the Robotech Destroids are like crazy crisp. Crazy crisp. And this is something I've learned making models and then printing them and then painting them, is I'll make something in, the 3D designer and I'll think, oh yeah, that detail is there. You can totally tell that detail is there. It looks amazing. And then you print it out and it's just so soft. It's just so soft. You have to take details and exaggerate them to the point that they look a little fucking weird. And once that's done, when you print it out in real life, you'll realize that you really need to exaggerate. And yeah, I don't think enough designers realize that, or they would exaggerate more features. Get a good heavy highlight on these upper shoulders, I think. Yeah, looks like that's a good spot for it. I think part of the trick to doing this is remembering that just because I'm putting down one of my first highlights in some of these spots to get some red in there, does not mean I have to continue those highlights as I work up towards the metallic shine. Some of these I can leave behind as just suggestions of color, and figuring out which ones to do that on seems to be kind of like the trick. I figure the tops of the shoulders are going to be almost entirely red, though. There's very little about them that wouldn't have light on it, except maybe that upper point facing away from... I usually go with an upper left light source. That's just kind of my go-to. Upper left when facing the model. It would be upper right from the model's perspective, generally speaking. A lot of red on this upper arm. It's turned almost right towards my imaginary light source. Down here. pick up a little bit on this inner elbow. It wouldn't get much light, but I want to pick it out anyway. Because otherwise it's just going to disappear. And that kind of helps to define the edge of the band brace that he's wearing here. I don't know that I'm going to mess much with the hands until I get to the end, because I do want to do a glow effect on them. And I might as well just do all that at the same time. Spend more time worried about the rest of the armor until I get to that point. I guess I could start on the backs of the fingers, because that's not going to get any glow effect. On the inside of the thumb, but not much, so I'm not going to worry about it. When are the ninjas gonna jump through all your windows? Did I, like, phase into Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles when I wasn't looking? So I know we got a couple of people talking about and getting some pictures together for the Storm Report. And I know we got a couple of people new to the stream, so I wanted to take a moment and mention that we do a pretty cool bit at the end of every stream, known as the Storm Report, which is an audience share section where we're taking a look
to Thunderhead Studios.
And do pay attention to
the only rule is...
Please don't show me your genitals. It's an
have
important
fun, be safe, and above all...
Don't show them to me. Don't do it. For the love of God. I'm a pretty welcoming guy. I just don't want to see your junk in the Storm Report. I want to see what you've been painting. And not necessarily just painting. You don't have to be a model painter to participate in the Storm Report. Maybe you do photography, you know? Maybe you paint canvas. Maybe you do cross-stitch. Maybe you knit. Maybe you do woodworking. I want to see it all. I want to see your creativity. I want to see what you've been working on. I want to see what you're proud of. I want to see what you feel like sharing with us, and I think everybody else does too. So if you feel like participating in the Storm Report tonight, it's easy. It's real easy. It is as easy as going over into the Thunderhead Studio Discord and posting up to 2 pictures in the channel marked hashtag the Storm Report, and we'll be taking a look at those a little bit later. You know, if you'd like some genuine critique or feedback, feel free to mention that in a comment by your picture, and I'll see what I can do. I can't promise I'm going to give good critique, good feedback, but I'll give something, and maybe you can find something in my ramblings to help you progress to that next stage, to help you get over that one little thing that's just holding you back. Lord knows we all have enough of those. I am a little quiet tonight, and I do apologize for that. But again, I am trying out some techniques that I don't normally use, and it eats up a bit of my concentration. I hope that the painting itself makes up for that. To some degree, anyway. There we go. I was typed back when you were talking about believing crazy things. I mean, that's all the time, really. Taco Tuesday I neglected to mention it is Tuesday, and as is tradition, every Tuesday is Taco Tuesday, because why the hell not? Who wants a normal Tuesday? Who wants an average, boring Tuesday? I know I don't. Most Tuesdays bore me unless there are tacos involved, so it is 2 images, or you can have 1 bonus image, post a third, as long as it is a photo that you yourself have taken of some tacos. Any sort of taco. Well, not any sort of taco. If we have another gummy taco incident, there's no more Taco Tuesday. That's just it. But it does have to be your tacos. I don't want to see Pinterest tacos. I don't want to see Instagram tacos. I want to see some tacos that you either made or purchased. But man, you better have been in the same room as them, because a taco that I'm not in the same room as is scarcely a taco at all as far as I'm concerned. Like, why even bother at that point? If it's a taco that you made, all the better. Oh yeah, Cat did make me a nice focus button that I never use. I'm sorry, Cat. And I honestly don't remember which button it is now. Like, I'm sitting here thinking, like, maybe I could turn it on now, but I don't remember how. Shoulder gets a whole lot of red. A whole lot of red. Just a little bit on this upper corner to bring down. See, like, here's a good example on the head. There's just, like, I know there are details on here. I see them in the official artwork. But some of them are like, fuck me if I can pick them out. Get the ridge of his helmet here. Definitely want to get the ear details, but I want to leave a good shadow in the back. Mostly along the bottom edge, and then probably a nice bright shine at the top. I want to make sure I get some red in here, though. Otherwise, this helmet's going to look funny. Top of the helmet's going to be tricky. I'm not sure how much red I want to do. If I maybe just want to do like a spot over here, because NMM is kind of like easy when you've got hard edges to work with, but when you're talking about a rounded surface that's facing your light source, it can get a little weird. And at the end of the day, I find that instead of spending all day trying to figure out precisely where the light source would be coming from, sometimes you just pick a fucking spot and you put some color there and you call it a day. Because you know what? As long as there is a gradient and a sharp highlight somewhere, it's gonna look cool, even if it doesn't necessarily look realistic. And I mean, at the end of the day, I am painting Iron Man and not, like, you know, historical figures. So I think it'll be okay. Put a deep shadow between the face mask and the rest of the armor later. Something to work with for those details in the back of the helmet, at least. That just about does my first round of red highlights. I think I've picked out most of the spots I really want to focus on. The next one should be easier. Missed a spot there. Push that one a little harder. A little bit of red here. It feels pretty good. Yeah. There's our first round of red highlights. I know it's not much to look at, but we're getting there from our base deep red. Dave's mini art, looks like we got a shout out for him. Thank you so much, Cat Dave. Welcome to the stream, man. Good to see you. If you're not checking out Dave's mini art, go have a look. He's been painting some pretty cool Marvel figures over there too. Yeah, right. Like we need a button that Cat can push that sets off a little like electrical signal attached to my arm or something. So I'll be painting and just kind of be like, ugh, all of a sudden. I'm gonna take a short break from staring at Iron Man. I wanted to show you guys I did a little bit more work on Captain Marvel, and I'm pretty pleased with where she's at this point. Obviously I need to do the face and I need to do the hair. I think I'm gonna cheat when doing her eyes, and yeah, she's a little washed out. My camera is being funny today. Yeah, that's a little bit better, I think. But I'm pretty pleased with how most of the details have come together on Captain Marvel. This is a good example of me really, really liking these new Pro Acro colors. They are really, really quite vibrant. OSL eyes? OSL eyes. Yeah, I mean, I think I probably will because it'll be nice and simple. Once I do most of the shading on the face, yeah, I'll do bright yellow to white on the eyes and maybe have it kind of glow. And it's better than painting pupils. I'll tell you that much. I've painted way too many goddamn pupils since starting on these Marvel figures. But, I think her suit came out pretty nice. The red and the blue in particular came out nice enough that I went back and looked at my Spider-Man and was like, oh my god, what am I doing with my life? It just is not as nice. But I don't want to go back and redo them completely. I added a few fresh highlights to try to bring the red up. She's even a bit more vibrant than Captain America, which, like, insults me. I don't know why I did that. And then I did a little teeny, like just a couple of touch-ups to deepen some of the... Wow, this magenta does not show up on this camera at all. Look at that, it washes out to almost white. Oof, hang on. It's so much better looking than that. That's a little bit better, but yeah, it's really, you for whatever reason on this camera, you really can't make out the glow effect or the magenta as clearly as you can in person. But this is the fluorescent paint that Greg the Salt Miner, also known as We're the Gamers, sent me, that I went in for on this sort of OSL effect on Doc Ock. I did a little bit on the undersides of his arms. I don't know if I did a good job on it, but just to make it look like his little belly girdle is glowing up against his arms. Magenta as a color doesn't exist. It's in a spectrum we can't see, so our brain just wraps the visible light spectrum around on itself by blue and red, and bam, magenta. Yeah, so, you know, looking at this might give you seizures or something. I don't know. Either way, I'm pretty pleased with how Doc Ock came out. I'm glad I went with the warm gray on the arms, considering how many cool colors are on himself. I feel like that really kind of paid off. And it'll really look good once I get the sidewalk done underneath them. Alright, now to do all that red over again in a brighter tone. Yeah? Yeah. Starting in the same spot. And this should be easier because I'm not having to pick my areas so much. I'm just going to go over my previous highlights in most cases, covering a lot of them, but not all. Leaving some of the underneath colors. This should really start to... This is that Pro Acryl high roll red. It's very, very vibrant. I've been really enjoying using it lately. And I think you can probably see already how much it brings up those highlights just with a quick application. Oh, absolutely, Dave's Mini Art. It was a pleasure, man. I'm liking that. It's actually a really nice red. I want to use this red more and more and more and more. You can be, at this point, I feel like I can be a little bit sloppier with my highlights because I'm using this red very, very thin down. It's fairly translucent. It's not quite to a glaze, but it is very thin. And so if I were to put this directly over my dark red, it wouldn't make that much of a difference. But when I put it over the previous layer of highlights, it actually shows up really nice because it's building on that tone. And see, this is the case where I think that the decision to desaturate the base red really helps. And this is something that you can apply to not just non-metallic metal painting, but to really any red that you're doing. Yeah, that's a bit better. If you do kind of a desaturated shadow and then a saturated highlight, they just separate visually that little bit more. That little bit extra that really makes the red just pop like crazy. And if you're wondering to yourself, Thunderhead, how do I desaturate a color? It's easy. Add black or white. Anytime you add black or white to a color, you are desaturating it. By definition. And, I mean, playing on what Rogue was mentioning earlier, I'm not... It almost sounds arrogant to say this as I sit here and I paint this kind of mediocrely. I am not, like... I have no art training whatsoever. I am not a master of arts. I'm nothing of the sort. These are just tricks that I've picked up from other people. And if I can pass those tricks on to you, well, that's a happy day for me. Because these are tricks that have helped me to improve my quality of painting and helped me to appreciate my own work a little bit better. I always like when I achieve a good paint job if I know why that paint job is actually better. And I'm not just like, well, that looks cool, how did I do it? I don't fucking know. Who cares? Turn it into principles that you can apply from one model to the next. Ever tried to do a crystal brush entry? Soulsworn, I don't really, like... I'm trying to think of an actual painting competition I've ever entered. Yeah, Kat, if you were going to reduce my bullshit to, like, just a few words, I'm not classically trained, yes. I don't think anyone would confuse me with someone who is classically trained, but no, I am not. I'm not even unclassically trained. I'm not trained at all. I just bullshit my way through. Fake it till you make it, I always say. I don't know that I've ever actually submitted anything to a painting contest. I'm glad to hear it, Rogue 19. It's all about getting over that hump, man. Trained in the art of deception. Yeah, I'd buy that. In a way, painting is deception. Painting is lying. Painting is fooling the human eye. It's telling your brain something is there that just isn't. And honestly, the sooner you get that through your head, the sooner you accept that, the sooner you're gonna start to get good at painting tricks. Because a lot of people seem to get it stuck in their head that you're trying to recreate reality, and you're not. You're not. Or in a way you are, it's just maybe you don't realize how much of what you see is just your brain deceiving you anyway. Your mind is just interpreting data. It's like the basics with white and black. They don't exist. They're not there. White and black aren't real. They can't hurt you. And in many ways, non-metallic metal is one of the ultimate deceptive techniques, because it's not just telling you that a surface is a color, it's also trying to convince you that that surface has a particular texture to it, and that light is shining on it from a particular direction, when none of these things are true. It's one of the reasons that And one of the reasons that I usually don't use non-metallic metal is because it tends to rely on a golden angle, which is to say, a position from which the model looks the best. The position from which the light shining makes the most sense. Because if you look at it from another direction, it can get a little hairy. It can make significantly less sense. Your brain can reject it, and it doesn't look as good. But in the case of painting a comic book character, I feel like it makes a lot of sense. One of the only reasons I wanted to do this today is because I am painting Iron Man, and because the vast majority of the time that you see Iron Man, barring, the CG from the films, he's drawn. And the shininess of his armor is only ever an illusion. An illusion that I am probably not going to replicate particularly well, but, I'm hoping that trying this model this way means the next time I want to do something like this, the next time it seems like the appropriate technique, it'll be that much better. My technique's fascinating. In a good way or a bad way, Kursala? I'm curious.
I've been hurt by white before. I never asked for this.
I love Elias Tufexis as a voice actor, but I cannot imitate his voice at all. Most people I can do at least a bad impression of. I can't even do a shitty impression of Elias Tufexis. I think that's how you pronounce his name. I don't actually know, I suppose, if I'm being totally honest. Got white paint in my eye before. Does that count? Are you sure that was paint, Kursala? Are you sure that was paint? How hard would a cel-shaded effect be? Play and win. I find that cel shading is not really hard at all. The cel shading is one of those where you just have to get a few basic principles through your head to do it. You are reversing the concept of highlights. You're not doing edge highlights anymore. You're doing you're blacking out edges to create cells. And what this does is it separates those cells out. And I don't even know if that's the cell that it's referring to. This is just for the sake of my understanding of the art technique. But you're separating your panels of color with stark black lines. And you don't have to worry so much about the deep parts then, as much as you have to worry about the gradient across the parts that you've separated. And you want to use really, really saturated colors for cel shading most of the time, I find. You can do some crazy color combinations. The crazier, the better. And when you want to create shading, you don't do anything subtle. You just put fucking black. You got, a scratch on the surface. Well, that's a black line right there. I have not done much of it myself, but I do think it's an interesting technique. You should try some play and win. Whenever you're thinking about trying a new technique, just remember one thing. The worst thing you can do, the absolute worst case scenario, is it doesn't look quite the way you want and you learn a lesson. That is the worst. That's the absolute. I mean, barring insane scenarios where you jam a paintbrush into your eye or something crazy like that. Man, Rofa Saul, 6 months. Thank you so much for your continued subscription. Manro, I appreciate it, my man. Yes, Vergaderung, Adam Jensen's voice actor, Elias Tufexis. He was also in The Expanse. You've heard his voice in a lot of places that you might not even realize it. It's like after he did Adam Jensen, people started hiring him not just to do voice acting, but to do that voice in particular. He was in season 1 of The Expanse. His character dies at the end of it. I know spoilers, but honestly, if you haven't seen season 1 of The Expanse yet, you fucking should have. And his character is not major enough that that's really going to ruin anything. Ooh, I didn't do my red over here so much. What are you thinking about cell shading, Play and Win? Out of curiosity, I mean, assuming that you are thinking about it and not just asking an idle question. I'm curious what it is that has you thinking about cell shading. And also, Kursala, I'm curious, as you said, as someone classically trained, my techniques fascinate you, and I'm curious what you mean by that. If it's just an offhand comment, or if there's something in particular that stands out. Because chances are, if you're looking at something I'm doing and thinking, wow, this guy's thought a lot about this, you're dead wrong. I agree, Crossbow Roof. The only mistake you can make is to not put paint on a miniature. The only mistake you can make is not trying. Just not trying. Particularly in this magical world of 3D printing. Holy shit, that has freed me up. So, like, the concern of, but I paid money for this model is just gone at this point. Yeah, Cat, Borderlands. If you're curious about cell shading techniques, look at literally any of the art from Borderlands, and just do what you see. Just pull up a picture you like, and just do that. And that'll get you there. To some degree. If it doesn't get you there, it'll teach you something about what it is you're trying to achieve. Spends all his Twitch money on craft beer. Damn it, my secret's out. Actually trying to paint from the inside out technique tonight. I'm glad somebody is, because I both pushed that technique tonight and then completely neglected to do it. No, you did get that quote right from A Knight's Tale. His technique is almost non-existent, but still, he's fearless. That's a great movie. I really like A Knight's Tale. I will fung you till your insides are out, your outsides are in. Your entrails will become your extrails. I will take pain. Lots of pain. Was thinking a battle mech. Started by wondering about Iron Man, but figured the sharper angles of a mech would be a neater cel-shaded. So something you could consider doing, Play and Win, is go look at the mechs that they had for the Somerset Strikers in the BattleTech cartoon. You won't be able to find them. I mean, you can find a lot of the episodes of the cartoon on YouTube in very, very poor quality. But you can find the paint jobs for the Somerset Strikers more easily than that. And those are bright, gaudy color schemes that I think would lend themselves very, very well to a cel-shaded technique. Elias Tufexis does have a BattleTech connection. He did voice acting in MechWarrior 5, and he was wasted. He just was wasted. His voice acting is almost like out of place because the rest of the voice acting in the game is so unbelievably bad. No, you're right. He's in HBS BattleTech as well. You are absolutely correct. In fact, a number of times. Yeah, he's the commander who's all pissed at you at first when you blow up the dropship that you think is full of weapons, and he's like,
No, my brother was in that dropship. I never asked for this.
A Scanner Darkly. Yeah, that's a good example, too. With a stick while he slept. Is that really what happened, Samara? Interesting. Yeah, the Torian guy. Damn it. Still do that sometimes where I'll put paint on my brush and then I'll stare at chat for a minute. By the time I go back, it's not at the consistency that I want it to be. You know what really gets me as I do this? I still have to paint Ultron. Fuck. Fucking hell. Why do I do this? Fucking Ultron. That is going to be ridiculous. At least Ultron is basically just the one color. I guess I'll try NMM on him. That would be the ultimate insult. I send these to Jack and I've done NMM on Iron Man, and then Ultron's just like, whatever, I dry brushed him.
Look, I'm not saying Thunderhead's trying to brush you off, but you're just base coat, man.
You know, the joke is that the base coat is one of the most important coats. It's mostly just that miniature painting techniques and canvas techniques are so wildly different that they're seemingly incompatible. But I used a bunch of mini painting techniques that I learned from watching you and applied them to a canvas, and they work essentially the same as on minis. The result is unexpected at best. So watch as you do new things and wonder how it can be translated to a canvas. That's kind of interesting, Kursala. I'd love to see some examples of what you're talking about. If you ever felt like sharing. Oh shit, he's here. Spray paint him chrome, wash it black, send it alongside this model. Of course, I say that as if I'm convinced this model's even going to look good by the end of this. Jack, I'm using some of your models to challenge myself. I don't promise... I do not promise that Ultron is going to blow anyone's mind. I mostly wanted to do this NMM because it's red, and I don't know why that interests me so much more than doing, like, the usual silver, but it does. I think the highlights are coming together pretty well now. You can actually start to see the different armor panels pop out. I'm only up to his waist, up over his pelvis now. And we've got at least 2 more rounds of highlighting to do. We're not going to finish this tonight. I'm going to do some more work on it. I may give one more stream to Iron Man just because, I mean, come on, he's one of the main Avengers. I gave at least 2 nights to Captain America, didn't I? That's kind of what I'm thinking, Jack. I might, for the first time in my life, I'll tell you, I've had this pattern. When I paint minis and then other people want me to paint their minis in the same way, there's this pattern I go through where I buy them for myself first, and I paint them, and I do a pretty good job. I learn a lot of lessons, and then I'm like, hey guys, look at these models. And someone goes, wow, that looks really good. Paint that for me. And I'm like, okay, sure. And then I paint their model, and it just looks like so much better than mine. So much better, because I've applied all the lessons that I've learned. Well, guess what, Jack? For the first time in my life, my models are going to look better than yours when I inevitably do these again. For the first time in my life. creator's curse. Yeah. How is Captain America is not a clueless cutie? What are you saying? Clueless. Are you calling Cap naive? Because those are fighting words, man. I don't get fired up about a lot of Marvel heroes, but Captain America, he sets off the fucking needlessly patriotic, jingoistic American in me. He is an American treasure, sir. He's not naive, he is idealistic. Ooh, hang on. Shake my brush a little bit here. I can relate to that. That one Griffin I painted up in blue and green, yeah, that was for a friend. Still think it's one of the best miniatures I've done. Crazy-ass silver and gold kit bash with the red arm, probably my best work, also for a friend. I mean, he's not just a nice guy, but he is a nice guy. He's like a genuinely good person. I don't know if he was dense and gullible. Maybe he was a bit gullible at first, yeah, before he had more life experience. But that's the thing, you can get over gullibility. You can learn. You can go out into the world and you can acquire the life lessons that you need to know when to trust people and when not to. It's a lot harder to become a good person if you've learned how to be a piece of shit already. Or if you're naturally selfish, it's a lot harder to get over that. And that's what sets him apart. That's what makes him special. The scene in the first Avenger when he's the only guy who thinks to jump on a grenade. It doesn't even occur to him logically that, well, why is there a grenade in a training scenario? Who threw this grenade? That doesn't even enter into his mind, even though it does make, admittedly, no goddamn sense at all. He just throws himself on it. Only his ass is an American treasure. There you go. If he was naive, he wouldn't have opposed the Registration Act. There we go. Still got an Obi-Wan to do for a friend I dread starting because it'll be 10 times more detailed because it's for someone else. I know that feeling, Soulsworn. You should have heard the bullshit that I spun for Jack when I agreed to paint these. It was, oh, let's do a tabletop quality job. And I've just been violating the shit out of that ever since. The most embarrassing thing about these minis, Jack, when I send them to you, is going to be that compared to the paint jobs that I've done on a number of other figures, Crossbones looks like shit, dude. I both recognize it, and I'm not going to change it, and I'm sorry. I am sorry. Not sorry enough to do anything about it, but sorry nonetheless. You're absolutely right, Datron. You're absolutely right. Though, admittedly, having gone through military training, if they told you to climb the flagpole and get the flag, and then you'd get the reward, and you pulled the pin out and dropped the flagpole, I remember thinking this when I saw that scene the first time. Like, no, you'd get in trouble for that. They'd be like, how fucking dare you violate my orders and violate the spirit of your command? How dare you drop that flag on the ground, drop and do a billion push-ups? Like, I get it for the point of the movie, but that was not... That was maybe the least believable thing about his whole training sequence, was that an officer would reward that behavior. Or stand there like a dildo as he hands the flag to him and jumps on the truck. And be like, no, get your ass off that truck. You're gonna run double, motherfucker. Yeah, push the ground till I get tired. Again, I understand the purpose of the scene in the context of the film. It was just like, no. You're missing the point of military training, son. This is not to make you some super clever genius who thinks his way around problems. This is to get you to shut the fuck up and do what I say when I say it. And yeah, don't think for yourself. That's like, admittedly, you are encouraged in military training to think for yourself to a degree. That is part of what makes our soldiers some of the best soldiers in the world, but that not like that. Not so much. And generally speaking, drill sergeants and training officers know, in a moment where they find themselves dumbfounded by the behavior of a trainee, they have trained themselves to respond. Instead of standing there staring dumbly and going, they just start fucking yelling at you. If you've done something to dumbfound them, chances are you deserve to be yelled at, and that's the behavior they're going to default to. It would be the same, the same damn Punisher. Yeah, Punisher and Crossbones. It would be the same damn paint job. You're not wrong. But more blue on Punisher, I think. I always liked how blue he was in the comics. Same reason Kirk was commended for original thinking when he cheated the Kobayashi Maru test. Now, I would argue that in the case of Kirk, he was being trained for a command position. And in a command position, that sort of thinking is much, much, much more valuable than in the case of some grunt soldier. Now, admittedly, Cap was not necessarily trained to be some grunt soldier. Oh, I see a spot I missed. Let me go back and get that while I'm thinking about it, otherwise I'm going to miss it completely. Admittedly, he was training to be more than just some grunt soldier. Okay, yes, that's fair. But still, it was the attitude with which he did it that would have landed him in trouble.
It's okay to be sloppy.
Ooh.
Bonus points if it's
Gab,
white
how you doing? Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. Thank you so much for that follow. Wait, that's the wrong red. Damn it. This is the red I'm after. I used it up and then let it dry. Completely neglected to paint the inside of his knee here, and I want to come back and get it before I forget, otherwise I'm gonna regret it. You know, it's true, Datron. He is a fucking hero, and he's not a great soldier. But then you don't want Captain America to be some soldier. I would argue, in the context of that scene, I don't remember the name of the character, but Tommy Lee Jones's character, he was looking for soldiers. Whereas, scientist Von Germanman was looking for a hero. Was he German? Was he Austrian? I can't remember. I know they made that point in the movie, but I can't remember which one he was. Has anyone played Twilight Imperium 4? I think I played Twilight Imperium 3. 4 is the newest of them, isn't it? I don't believe I've touched that one. I'm glad to hear you're having a better day. Hey, Steiner Miniatures. It looks like we already got a shout out. I very specifically do not notice you. Did you hear me just now talking to you and about you? Well, you misheard. I have not yet noticed you. Oh, but really, if y'all haven't checked out Steiner Miniatures, you really should. I think you're gonna be streaming after I'm done today, right? Painting up some more Warhammer. Been doing a lot of very cool reds. Not cool reds, warm reds, because red is warm, but cool in the sense of... cool in the way that Doc Brown would not understand it. Let me put it that way. Very, very cool indeed. Lots of corn painting lately. It's always such a weird one for me, because when you read corn, the god of blood, corn with a K-H, it sounds so cool. And when you say it out loud, everyone's like, oh, you mean the vegetable? Like a corn warrior? How does that work? They picture like a guy with a corn cob on top of his head, you know? Admittedly, that's not very intimidating. I've almost used up all the red that I've put down, which honestly is a good thing for me. I hate it when I put down a bunch of paint and I end up not really using it all, you know? Or only using a tiny little bit of it. And then I've got a bunch just sitting on my... It's one of the reasons I use a wet palette, is to avoid losing it. But I still end up wasting it a good portion of the time, at least some of it. I try to put down as little as possible and then use it all. And this is one of the few times I've actually done it. I might actually have to put down more paint. Tried playing the new Marvel Avengers game, not gonna spoil anything, but MODOK. Yeah, I heard MODOK is the primary villain of it. I thought about picking it up, but I heard that it is one of those games where it's like, unless you're playing with a team of people, it's kind of boring. I'd be down. I'd be down playing Win for some PC Marvel Avengers. If you wanted to play, I'd go fucking pick it up, man. It looks fun. I like all the... I was watching one of the videos. I like the differentiation of the different abilities and movement techniques, like how Thor throws his hammer, you know? Very grindy. That's not terribly surprising. I feel like any style, any game of that style is going to wind up that way to a certain degree, you know? It seems like it's very similar to the last few rounds of Marvel Avengers games that have come out, really. And I enjoyed those plenty. I'm putting down a little bit more red paint. I'm actually going to use it. It's amazing. It's amazing to me. I never put down more paint. Where are you thinking about relocating to, Cat? I guess the nice thing about, you know, Twitch being all online is that you relocating would have no impact on our stream collaboration. That's my first thought. Cat's like, I'm thinking about relocating. I'm like, how does this affect my stream? What about me? What about me, Cat? Haven't you thought of me? It's looking pretty good. A little bit over here. Loving this red. I really am. I have had trouble applying red in the past, but these pro acryls go down nice. Fingers here. I'm not going to bother with the underside of this hand at all. It's so concealed. It would be in nothing but shadow anyway. Fuck is that? Get off my brush. Yeah? Okay. Time to do the helmet. It really is. Pro Acryl is a fantastic paint. I'm glad that I got some of it. If Cat goes to Australia and your stream times are too far off, I would die. I would collapse into like a little... Well, you know like when Pac-Man dies? How he just sort of like circles back on himself and then there's a whip whip? Like that's what would happen. I don't think I'd ever go to Australia. That's a surefire way to know I've been kidnapped and need help. What about New Zealand? Oh yeah, somebody already asked that. Okay, well at least we're all thinking alike. Yeah, New Zealand, fine. Australia, no. If I'm in Australia, something's gone wrong, right? It's either kidnapping or maybe I've just become particularly stupid. Maybe I've suffered a head injury recently. Either way, I'm in distress. I'm with Cat on that one. 100%. By the way, I love anyone who's from Australia. It's not you. It's the horrific continent that you dwell upon. It is that land of darkness, madness, and poison. It's that land that is characterized by, like, great big marsupials that will either beat or claw me to death, apparently. Spiders that will rot off my arm. But yes, I hear New Zealand is lovely. And I've watched the Lord of the Rings movies a lot, so I pretty much already know my way around, right? Like, New Zealand's like 3 valleys. Yes, stonefish. Sea snakes. Just a whole bunch of bullshit that it seems to be just waiting to kill me that I won't see coming. And I'll die, like, immediately. I'm not into it. And again, it's not you. It's not me either, but it's not you. Ooh, I kind of missed his inner cheek there. I'll have to build that up a little bit and then shadow it by hand. Should definitely have some red in there. Definitely. And I've got this one little round spot picked out on top of his head, and that's just where I'm going to lean into the highlights, and I'm going to leave the rest dark. I think that'll create a nice, interesting shine when I'm done. Or it'll look like shit, and I'll repaint the top of his head, but you know what? That's not too bad. Probably a little bit down in his brow is a good idea, too. Just because that's going to contrast nicely with the gold when it builds up, not necessarily because it's a good spot for light. Well, no, I guess it is. It's directed more or less upward. I'll have to separate that a little bit when I get there. That's okay. I think that's that round of highlights done. Now, I think now you can really start to see at least the depth of the red starting to come together. I know I'm way over to the right, sorry. Now from here, you can go in a couple of different directions when you start to highlight red. And like I said before, I am going to move in a direction of desaturation for my highlights and try to leave a lot of the color in my midtones. So I'm just going to add white right to this red. Not a lot. Have I opened this white? I have not opened my Pro Acryl white. Why am I doing that? I'm going to use my Reaper white. We're just going to do a little bit at a time until I get to something that I'm comfortable with. Not bad. Let me try a little bit of this and then decide if I need to go higher. I think I do, because I'm not... See, my highlights are getting smaller and smaller and smaller. They're pretty small now, and I think I want to go just a little bit whiter than that. Because I'm not going to do but 2 more passes, and my final pass is going to be like pure white, just touching a couple of spots, and then I might glaze some of my red over the top of it just to bring the tones together. Darkness, Madness, Poison, and Kookaburra. Yeah, no, you're not wrong. is going to work to start picking out my hard edges. See how that goes? I think that's just about right. It's going to make the rest of the red really start to pop out. Just kind of putting a little bit down here. There isn't really an edge there. You don't necessarily want to, at this point of the highlighting, I don't feel like you want to do every single spot of red. But it still helps to add a little bit of interest. I think, anyway. I don't like there to be massive, broad areas of nothing but dark red. I don't feel like that really looks good. You want small areas to contrast with the brighter reds that you've got with your highlights, but you don't want to lean on that too much. Otherwise the model just looks unfinished, in my opinion. Ah, quit sticking to my elbow. For the love of God. Thank you, Rogue. 25 minutes or so until the storm report seems accurate to me. Yeah, so this is the layer of highlights that's getting me to a point where I feel pretty good about this paint job. Needs a little bit more, but you can start to see it now. Yeah, I haven't ranted about anything pop culture today. It's true. I haven't consumed much pop culture lately. I haven't even watched all the trailers everybody's geeking out about right now. We are, in fact, Samare Thursday. We will be going back into Dead Space 2 to make our way through the fucking preschool of horrors. And shoot a bunch of exploding babies. Winnie the Pooh, go. Fucking communism. No, I'm kidding. Not really. I liked Winnie the Pooh when I was a kid. That seems like pointless to say. Who didn't like Winnie the Pooh when they were a kid? But, you know, my name is Christopher. And so naturally I felt a kinship with Christopher Robin. Because you know how it is when you're a kid. It's just like, I share that person's name, therefore I am interested. I don't know, I got nothing on Winnie the Pooh. What's even going on with, is like Winnie the Pooh still a thing? Is there like a new reboot of it that I missed? Rebooted Thundercats, I guess they can reboot fucking anything they want these days. I don't know that I'm going to continue with Greedfall. I don't know that I'm going to continue with Greedfall. I have a harder time with RPGs than I do with action games while streaming. I may. It depends if enough people request it, I'd be happy to go back to it. It's a lot of reading. Not that I personally have a problem with reading, but I don't know that it makes for the most fascinating content. It's a bit too thin. Yeah, Jack wants me to play lots and lots of Resident Evil. Joke's on him. I'm gonna tell him I will and then never do it. I mean, did I say that out loud? Whoopsies. I'm named for Christopher Robin. Really? That's kind of cool. Just did a bunch of lines for a voice pack. Ooh, I'm gonna get me one of them Chaotic Harmony voice packs. Where can I buy it, Chaotic? I want a Chaotic Harmony voice pack for my GPS. That would really, really just complete my occasional commute. I was gonna say my daily commute, but I don't have one? No sleep run through Doom. I could get into playing Doom on stream. Doom 2016? Yeah.
Welcome back to 50 Shades of Cole Gray. And as he pulled his stiff bristles out of my wet fluids, I yelled out, "No, Thunderhead! You need to thin that paint first!"
It's most of the way up to the hip. There's a little bit in here. And on to the next foot. It's actually coming together pretty decently. I didn't have the highest hopes for this paint job. I just wanted to try something new, and I think by the end of it, it's actually going to look halfway decent. Ooh, oh man. I just rolled my elbow over, like, right across that nerve that goes through it. That was a little lame. Felt fucking weird. No, Chaotic. I have not had a chance to address it yet. I am sorry for that, Chaotic. I know that you want to share, particularly some voice clips with us. I'll tell you what, though, I will promise you it'll be sorted by Thursday. I'll sit my ass down and I'll just plug away at it until we've got those sound problems worked out. I think what I may end up having to do is just separate, or rather not run general audio through my headphones, and separate out my my default channel. Have none of my other audio sources play over the default channel, and only route my monitor through my headphones. I think that'll work. And then I can just monitor default audio while not actually having it go to my headphones, and then turn off my speakers so it doesn't echo. That's just insane and convoluted enough to work, right? Yeah, I'll get Kat to help me, because oftentimes I don't get things done unless Kat's like, hey, let's actually do this. You've heard lots of promises, White Wolf. Lots of promises. I promise all sorts of things. Streamed a bit of Doom 2 Hell on Earth a bit ago. Oh shit, no, really? That's awesome. By the way, Dark Fox, if you haven't given yourself a shout out, you can feel free to. Because honestly, you should be following both of my mods if you enjoy this stream even a little bit. Both Cat Ion and Project Dark Fox will occasionally take to Twitch.
If you anger the fox, you're gonna get stuffed in a box.
Shit, what am I doing? I lost focus there for a second. A little bit here, kind of coming up on this edge. Get the knee. Feather that a little bit. Line across the top. Probably should have highlighted the gray to silver earlier, but whatever. Whatever, we'll get to that.
If you don't respect the cat, you're gonna get the bat.
Get some of that shock therapy. A gift sub from Papa Bear. Thank you so much, Papa Bear. I appreciate that. Now, Jahal, you don't have to watch commercials anymore, buddy. And you can use some of those ridiculous voice clips we have from Chaotic Harmony. That's always a good time. At least people seem to enjoy harassing me with them. Go. Yeah, it's going to need one more round of highlights after this, I believe.
99 bottles of
then
paint on
maybe
the
a final
wall,
touch-up with
99
pure white.
bottles of paint. Take one down, shake it around. 150 bottles of paint on the wall.
It's unsettling how true that has become recently. This is the very reason that I'm having to print myself a new paint rack. I fucking sneeze and more paint just appears on my desk. Which makes it sound like I'm painting with snot, but that's not what I meant by that. I was gifted some paints recently, guys. We opened them last time on stream. That's what I'm talking about. Now up to the hip. Try to create a little shine across this chamfered edge here. You need better air circulation wherever you're airbrushing. Well, yeah, that has happened before too. I will tell you though, the orange paints are the tastiest. I don't know what it is about that pigment, but they taste pretty nice. They got kind of a tangy thing going on. It's the royal we, White Wolf. Bet one of the Jade Falcon mechs would look good in a Tron scheme. I could see that. I could see that. Thunderhead Studios' new custom paint color just released to store. Booger Blaster Brown. Harvested directly from the nostrils of the bug-eyed, bat-faced booger being. That's the kind of quality content that I'm bringing, you know? That looks pretty nice. I like that. A little bit along this top edge of the crotch. The crotch is my domain. Custom gear Falcon made. You can use the STL when done. I can print and send, not a big... That's the thing, Chaotic. You're always like, I don't have a printer, I don't have a printer. You only know, like, a whole bunch of people who not only have printers, but are very willing to send you shit. And eventually you're going to start taking advantage of that fact. Got my light coming from one direction, so on these ab plates I'm focusing on that direction with most of this color and just doing a touch on the other side. Here you can kind of get the impression of a light direction across the abs there, yeah? This is it. This round of highlights, really. Like, if you look at this, how it is right now, this is always what I'm referring to as the threshold. The threshold past which you can suddenly see what it was you were trying to achieve the whole damn time. Hey, what's up, Hootie Hoo? Looks like we got a shout out already because my mods are attentive and weirdly attuned to my desires and needs. Like, it's a little concerning. I'm starting to worry. Are you guys like, you digging through my trash, or what are you doing? Just for you, Jack. Just for you, buddy. Had a rough day, but hanging in there. I am glad to hear that you are at least hanging in there, Hootie Hoo. Looks like you had a stream a little bit earlier. How did that go, man? I'd like a chocolate bar. We could get you a chocolate bar, Dark5. It seems like the least I could do at this point is hook you up with a chocolate bar, man. Shit. I mean, I don't have a chocolate bar, like, available immediately to send to you. Oh, Kursala definitely is in White Wolf. Oh, you're right. You're right. I'm kind of slouching a little bit, man. Few tech issues, had to shut down the PC and end the stream. That's never a good feeling, man. I'm sorry to hear that. That sucks. That sucks. Should I do it? Do I try to, like, reverse psychology it? I think I have to reverse psychology Jack. Hang on. All right, you ready for this, chat? I'm going to reverse psychology Jack. He's not going to know what hit him. Jack, don't send chocolate bars to the mods. I would hate that. See, he's going to fall for it. Just watch. Any second now. De-stressing with takeout burgers. I managed to not be hungry the entire stream until you said that. I was doing pretty well. And then we have
Dagadus. Dagadus, who sounds like a villain in a Dungeons & Dragons role-playing game. Fear the wrath of Dagadus. I control the gold dragons.
How's it going, Dagadus? Welcome to the stream. Thank you so much for the follow. I should work on his butt a little bit, I think. Not Dagadus's butt. No, I'm not talking about your butt, Dag. I'm talking about Iron Man's butt. That's the one I should work on. Wait, is that seriously where you got the name? Well, cool. Stream die for anyone else? God, I hope not. That would be embarrassing. I'd like to think somebody would have told me. Got this little butt ridge he's got here.
Painting Iron Man's butt ridge today.
A little bit of the booty touch. You know how it is. You know how it is. Who knows all about that booty touch? I don't even know what that means. Why did I say that? Like, I'm not implying anything. Ugh. Still going here for you. Audio sporadically dropping out, even on mobile. Well, do let me know if we're having any sort of stream issues. I don't know really what I could do about them besides go, oh my god, you guys, I'm having stream issues, but I would like to know. A dork like the rest, I'll have you know that I am a super cool dude that football players want to be like. I am a paragon of social acceptability and hip cultural references. Okay? I am on fleek, as the kids said 5 to 6 years ago. I'm pretty sure that's how long ago that was. I don't know, I missed on fleek entirely. You know, I caught the end of Hella, but I missed on fleek entirely. Really going all in on butts tonight, or am I going all into... You know what? Never mind. No, I thought about that joke as I was saying it, and I think we're just not going to do that. I have to have some standards. Might not be particularly high standards, but they are standards of a sort. Still trying to learn who or what the hell a Poggers is. Space Iguana, honestly, look up PogChamp. That was an event that occurred. It's an easy one to explain once you watch the video. Transfer to TikTok and make flossing videos from... Wait, is that like a thing? You say flossing videos, I think like, do people want to watch me floss my teeth? Well, that's the PogChamp right there, Dark Fox. When I found the stream is I was all like, who's this Thunderhead guy all the football players keep talking about? They were like, I just strive to be as sexy as Thunderhead. And you were like, who could they possibly be referring to? And well, you know, the rest, as they say, is history.
You know, there's something about mech paint jobs that really just brings a tear to my eye, and sometimes a tightness to my pants. This stream has a lot of the latter.
Often. I've been telling Chaotic he should just buy bigger pants, but he doesn't listen to me, so. Oof, that was a little rough. That highlight was a little rough. I was getting a little sloppy there.
Do you like sexy battle mechs, sexy streamers, and sexy Solaris cheerleaders?
Well, you're in the wrong place.
Well, Thunderhead Stream has some of those things, and more.
Some and more. Oof, I just put those highlights in two completely different directions. Ugh, let's, I mean, no, that's a super cool technique I use, you guys. I meant to do that. These upper edges are gonna get like a major highlight treatment because they're all facing the light
Go
source.
ahead and warp that paint on anywhere.
I will.
It's not like we're trying to get inside the lines or anything.
We're not. You know what? I'm trying to get on the lines, so technically that's accurate. Even though he's being sarcastic. The broken clock is right twice a day. Dear Falcon, the story for that is actually in the About section down there below the stream. But Thunderhead is kind of a multi-part name, though it all really originates with my grandfather, who is also my namesake. New 2-point lighting NMM. It's super advanced, guys. You probably wouldn't know about it. Definitely didn't mess up. You're goddamn right he didn't. Oh, no bottom portion. So, my grandpa was a pilot during World War II, and, shit. Offhand, I can't remember what bomber it was that he was a pilot for, but he had a whole crew. I don't want to name a model without being sure. I have to look it up. Either way, I know that his particular craft acquired the nickname Thunderhead because it's bringing the thunder, it's bringing the lightning, baby. And when he got back to the U.S. post-war, after being shot down and trudging through enemy territory with a fucking pistol for a good long time, he bought a farm and he started raising cattle, and it was out here in the eastern plains of Colorado where we have one or two Thunderheads. And the whole thing was apparently just too perfect, so he ended up naming this place Thunderhead Ranch. It's been in the family for a long time, and it's now where I live. And we have the actual brand still registered to us, which is pretty cool. It's really, really, really hard to find cattle brands these days that are single letters. And, is the history bit gone from my bio? Did I remove that? Well, that's stupid. I want to put that back up. It's really, really hard to find single-letter brands these days if you're trying to register a brand. And, but this one was registered so long ago, it's the Thunderhead meteorological symbol, which is my logo that I use, but then it's just turned into an R by adding the other leg. So it's, it's an R as a brand with like a little arrow coming off of it. Like I said, we still own that, so we're still Thunderhead Ranch, even though we don't raise anything out here as of right now. And, that's pretty much the story right there. Thunderhead, baby. So I'm just kind of carrying that forward. I thought it was a cool name and a cool story. And it connects me to him a little bit. I never got to know my grandpa. He passed before I was born, unfortunately. But I'm named after him. I'll tell you, that's one of the other cool things being out here, is I keep finding old stuff with essentially my name on it. The house has an original brass plate on it that says Mr. and Mrs. Chris Wales. I'm like, fucking cool. It was possibly a B-17. I would have to look it up. I know he had, I want to say, like a 4 or 5-man crew, if that helps you narrow it down. Oh, we are coming up about on time for the storm report, so I am going to pause this paint job here. But I think we have made some fan-fucking-tastic progress today. I feel like my time has been pretty well spent. Let's take a moment and review it. And I want to have a look at it in the camera and ponder. ponder the paint job a little bit. Maybe we should have a little section just before the storm report. B-24 and B-17 are both 10-man standard. I could be wrong about that. That's why I say I don't want to commit to saying what type it was, because I don't remember offhand. And the fact is that the details are... I would have to look it up. But I'll tell you what I'll do is I'll look it up and I'll let you guys know. I know that it was a fairly large craft. So this is where we're at for tonight. Now, my final highlight job stops about right there. I made it up to there on the chest. So you can go ahead and use that to compare. And yeah, I think that we should actually, for some of these paint jobs, I would love to have a little point at the end of each stream just before the storm report where we can kind of stop and reflect upon the super awesome painting that oh, no. See, this is good because I missed highlights right here. I did not do the left side of his left calf, and I need to do that. Obviously, it's super important that we have a reflective period. I just like to kind of go ahead and look at my work. I like to look at it on camera a little bit, too, because I don't look up at it all that often. I look up periodically to make sure you can see what I'm doing, but sometimes I kind of lose track. And sometimes I'll spend time painting something and then look up at the camera and realize you guys couldn't see it. So what do you think so far? Do you think it's coming together? You getting the impression of that shiny metal? And most importantly, Jack, what do you think, man? This is the most non-metallic metal effect that I have ever done. I can't imagine... I feel like somebody would have told me if his bomber were still flying, but I mean, I guess it's possible they wouldn't have. That would fucking blow my mind if it turns out that his bomber, the Thunderhead, was still being maintained. Yeah. This is, I think, I got most of the work done on this tonight. Because I need to finish this round of highlights up to this shoulder and over the head. And then I think one more round of highlights that'll be particularly small. Maybe a glaze, and then maybe some spots of white to really sell the shine. And then all I need to do is the same on the yellow portions, which are very small. It's the biceps, it's here, and I think the yellow portions are really good. Now that I've got this red going down, I feel like the yellow portions are really going to pop like crazy, because you can't even barely see them now, because they're such a dark gold. He was Europe, Datron. He fought the Germans. Though part of me now is remembering somebody saying that he also did some work in the Pacific Theater towards the... You know, I gotta look it up. I gotta look it up. I'm sorry to hear that, White Wolf. Alright, I'll stop reflecting on Iron Man. I'm just like... I wasn't confident when I sat down to paint today that this was going to come together this well, and I feel like it actually has come together pretty well, and I'm just very, very pleased with myself. This is Thunderhead being very, very pleased with himself right now. It's not the best NMM I've ever seen, but it's the best NMM I've ever done. Yeah. Yeah! Let me grab another beer, and we'll phase right over into the Storm Report, guys. Ooh, all right. Oh, Scud24, that is one of the only things on this stream that you have to be a subscriber to do. Voice clips are limited to subs as part of my very clever way of trying to make them seem like they're worth it. Yeah, I think he flew in both. I know that he was shot down in one theater. I'm pretty sure that was the European theater. I'm a little embarrassed I don't have all of that information ready to go, but it's something I don't really think about that much. Like I said, I never met him. I don't have that much of a connection to him. What connection I have has mostly been gained in the last few years through kind of digging through his old stuff and restoring his property. So I'll dig into that a little bit, though, you guys, because now you've got me interested. Now, I'd like to note, I think the red is suitably differentiated from Captain Marvel's as well. Captain Marvel has a very, very orange red to her at this point. And Iron Man's is going in more of a... Like this is why I decided to do the desaturated highlights. Because if you move towards orange, you wind up with this kind of saturated highlights you have on here. Your red just winds up looking different. Hers is... I don't know, I lack the words to describe what I'm trying to say right now, but I think it probably shows up on the camera when I put them next to each other. Alright, so why don't we ask Kat what time it is exactly?
Alright, locusts and gentlemechs, get ready to feast your eyes on glorb paint and wet palates with the occasional culinary atrocity thrown in on tonight's Storm Report, brought to you by viewers like you.
Like you. Let's have a look at what we got. And pop over into Discord. Oh, hang on. Here we have up first from Machine God. Let me take a look at the caption. Progress from my Sunday stream. Never painted organic stuff before. Ooh, exciting. You are the Machine God after all. Trying a couple of things while doing so. Base coats. Oh my god, excuse me. Base coats with some preemptive highlighting and shading work. Actually did the eyes with irises and all. So tiny. So tiny. The eyes actually look really good. Those are some teeny tiny fucking eyes, but you did a good job on them. A lot of times people will wind up putting the irises like in the middle of the white, and that's a good way to wind up with a minute that looks like his eyes are bugging out of his fucking head. You really just want the white kind of beneath, and you want the iris to connect up to the shadow of the brow, and you've done a really, really good job on this. These eyes actually look pretty damn good considering the sort of cartoonish proportions of the model itself. They're probably the most realistic looking thing on them, which is pretty cool. I love the orange that you're using. I can see you did a little bit of pre-shading. Pre-shading is a very, very useful technique, particularly if you go back in and you do like some lining to define after the fact. I'm liking the orange, and I like the bronze skin tone with the white hair. That's a really cool contrast. GW Troll Slayer Orange. Thought he was holding a carrot at first. I like the brown that you've chosen for the cloak against the sort of gray of the fur on his shoulders. Look at that grain popping out there in his hair. You've definitely got some interesting focal points. It's supposed to be gray. Well, yeah. It does come across as gray, Machine God. I think if you darkened it a little bit, and then you just hit it in a couple of spots, and I mean like maybe 4 spots across the top ridge of the head with white, just boop, 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 you'd really get that gray to come across. It looks a little bit more white right now. If you wanted it to be gray, I would say darken it and then just give it a couple of high highlights on the top. Now, I'm going to tell you right now, I'm not the best at painting hair, so this might not be the best advice. I struggle. I very much struggle with painting hair. It's one of the things I'm worst at. I think if you look at my Dr. Octopus right now, that's pretty apparent. I'm very happy with how like his muscles and the arms came out and even the glow, and then you get to his hair and I'm like, I don't fucking know. That's on my list of things to improve also. Reminds me a bit of Shepherd Book from Firefly in terms of yeah, it does kind of have the Shepherd Book, doesn't it? It makes me want to undo it and see his hair all just poof out in all fucking directions, right? Nice work, good color choices. And thank you for sharing Machine God. Yeah, wash them! Actually realized the layer lines are super visible on this print compared to others I've done. This is pretty early print I did when I first got the photons. Since I never find the process I use, so I think it may reprint. That's one of the great things about having a printer, isn't it, Machine God? Is you can get to this point and be like, you know, fuck this model, and just make another one. And it costs you $1 maybe, and that's being generous. I always loved was it in that episode, was it another episode where she took his Bible and it's just like removing pages and writing shit in it? What are you doing? Fixing your Bible? Oh, that was a good episode. I haven't watched that show in a long time. A whole 17 cents in resin. God damn, I love 3D printing, you guys. Alright, coming down here we have from Data Nerd. Kursala and I officially have a logo for our company. I'll post the link in shameless self-promotion once it's active with a special discount code for everyone here. That's fucking exciting. Rainy River Designs. Ooh, I like it. I like it. What's the story? What's the story, Kursala? There has to be some story behind Rainy River. I guess there doesn't have to be. It could just sound cool, but I strongly suspect that there is some story. Yeah, I thought it was the same episode. Fuck this model in particular. That's a nice looking logo. Straight to the point. Simple shapes. I like the crossed arrows. That's a nice touch. You have the overall V, and then your details all kind of nestled in there. So you could actually go lower detail on this if you were trying to do a smaller tag. And from the sound of things, it looks like the first few Thunderhead products, and by first few, I mean probably some of the only few. I can't imagine we're going to make that much more than a couple of t-shirts and a couple of coffee mugs for y'all to drink coffee and swish paint water in, but they should be coming from Rainy River Designs. There's probably a story. I'll have someone else type it up. I'll hire someone to come up with that part, right? Yeah, there you go. Really nicely done. Coming down, we have some from Cybran Knight, keeping to the theme of old projects, presenting my Titan Knight fleet and small craft. This all stemmed from Forge World's single Grey Knight strike cruiser, and things progressed about as you'd expect from what y'all know of me. So, magnets, yeah, it went to magnets, didn't it? Ultimately, like, come on, we know it's true. In addition to the strike cruiser, I also did the Space Marine escorts and a slew of small craft. One should note that the stands on the small craft are 1/16 in diameter for a sense of scale. All are Shapeways prints. Now, I'd imagine you did these designs yourself, though. I imagine that's probably what you actually mean, is that you took that one strike cruiser and you just extended that out into a pretty goddamn cool-looking fleet. Look at this. Yeah, you did all the little strike craft. You got these, what are these? I don't remember what these are called. They're Fang somethings. Storm Fang, Fang Storm, Storm Wind. I can never remember the name of all the goddamn craft from 40k. You got a Thunderhawk over here. You got a Storm Talon. Maybe? Is one of them a Storm Talon? That sounds familiar. There's like a Lightning Bolt. A Thunder Crash. Storm Raven. Raven Crow. Crow Beak. I don't know. I don't remember the names. I just know that it's in that general area. Really, really nice looking fleet overall. There's just something about a bunch of models all with the same scheme. That seems pointless to say. Obviously, we all know that being in war games, but it's just so satisfying to see a whole fleet come together like this. Really, really nicely done, Cybran Knight. Damn. We just walk into the naming meeting with how much Velcro's going on with that naming? Yeah, we're coming up with names for 40k ships. It's a Storm Eagle. It's an Eagle Talon. It's a Talon Storm. Maybe? Put it up on the board. We'll see how it tests. Also got these. They're more or less finalized now with the finishing touches done during Sunday's stream. Oh, cool. On the left is the R2 with LRM-15 machine gun and bulldozer blade. On the right is R1 with an AC-5 and SRM-4, or 2 SRM-2s if that tickles your fancy. I like them divided up like this. That does look very cool. Look at this. Look at this big old vented barrel here. These are the mods for the Sprinter that you've been doing, which is such a cool chassis. I need to get some Sprinters painted up. I've got a couple of them that you sent to me a while ago, Cyber Knight, and I feel like a boob for having not painted them already. Lots and lots and lots of pencil lead and eraser material. Eagle Storm! Yeah, let's go with that, right? Fantastic looking designs as always, Cyber Knight, and in case you don't know, basically anything you see on this stream from Cyber Knight, any of his designs, actually just got one. Well, thank you. Oh, that was very nice. Anything that you wind up seeing here on the stream from Cyber Knight, if you cannot already acquire it from him through Metalcore Collectibles, you generally will be able to soon, and I suggest you check it out. I know some of Metalcore Collectibles' stock can also be acquired through Steel Warrior Studios, which is a name you might recognize because you can also get a lot of Thunderhead Studios stuff there as well. In fact, everything that I make, if I'm being honest, everything I make, you can get from there. Yeah, the Sprinters are really very cool. Thank you so much for sharing, as always, Cyber Knight. Jake, just why did you do this? Chaotic. Geotic. Gene Mini. You just... I can verify this is not his picture, so this counts as one of his submits. This is just one of the two. This is just one of the two. I hate this. I hate this. I don't hate it more than the taco shell with the gummy worms in it. I just hate it differently. You know what I mean? Like I wanna study it in order to properly articulate how I hate it. It doesn't turn my stomach like yours did, Samare. But it does just... You know what it is? That one makes me sick, and this one pisses me off. Eventually, we're gonna... You know what we should do? We should make a channel called The Storm Report and somehow make it visible and accessible only to Chaotic so that he goes and he posts things
here
there.
At Thunderhead Studios, we specialize in turning your shame into...
But we don't.
More shame.
So much shame. Jesus Christ. That is a shame multiplier of at least 8. I got something in my eye, and I should stop poking it. But it's driving me fucking crazy. I hate it with an all-consuming passion to never consume it. Oh, God, no. Oh, God, no. The beans were fine on their own, but you do a few things to them, and they become unpalatable. Oh, my God, there is something in my eye, and I think I just made it worse by trying to get it out, so I'm just going to blink a whole lot. Welcome to the blinking stream, guys. Oh, come on. That helped. Oh, lordy lord. Chaotic Fuckery channel. Yeah, just for him. And we tell him we're going to look at it, but we never do. Here we have from Roland some... Ooh, that looks delicious. Some fresh jalapenos in there. Hell yeah. Looks like some green salsa. Some tomatillo salsa. Is that what I'm getting? These look fucking fantastic, Roland. They look spicy. I would eat that. I wonder what's for dinner tonight. I don't actually know. I feel like there is dinner being made. I can smell it through the door, but I have no idea what it is. Yeah, this is a major palate cleanser. This makes me happy. This sets off the old salivation reflex. Oof. Nicely done, Roland. I'd love to hear some more details about that if you feel like sharing it. Here we have some from Silver Hydra, some cat tags. Haven't done much lately, so here's a picture of my cats. Most of my hobby stuff is being packed up while I prepare to move. This is acceptable. This is acceptable. I'm okay with this. Makes me regret making Chinese tonight instead of tacos. I was gonna get Chinese yesterday, and it turns out that the only Chinese place in my tiny ass town is only closed on Mondays. That drives me crazy. Hatch chili, I thought I saw some chilies in there. And yeah, tomatillo salsa. That, Roland, that share undoes maybe one Jello atrocity. The problem is that you've already got a lot of them ranked up against you, man. What can I say? It's a cute little kitty. Look at the dough beans. Look at the beans. He's got some dark beans and some light beans and a little chin chopper. Ooh, he's got a little beard going on. I always like on black and whites these little intermediate blending hairs, if you will. The little white hairs in the black section is adorable. He's just adorable. I want to go on. I just want to scritch right here, you know? Scritch, scritch, scritch. So that they stretch the back leg way far out. I love me some kitties, guys. I really do. Silver Hydra, thank you for sharing that cat tax with me. Here we have from Scud24, King Crab and Crab patrolling in formation. What? Let's, okay. It's an interesting King Crab variant with the dual racks and the claws. Do kitty pics negate Jello? I would accept that, Roland. If you're sharing some kitty pics, I would accept that to negate at least one more. Is there a crab in this picture that I'm not seeing? Is it because of my lighting? Yeah, like there's a crab. Is it in the background? Is it just because of the way my monitor is lit that I'm not... Oh, down here. Oh, okay. I'm just a moron then. Alright, I see what you did. Yeah, no, that's, that crab seems to have suffered a critical ammo explosion. Unfortunately. Lovely looking giant. How big is that king crab, by the way, Scud24? Combined Arms crab has excellent camo. It looks like, I mean, it seems like a fairly large king crab that you've printed out there. Just light stunned. Oh, okay. He's just a little like, fuck you, get away from... Oh, I see his eyes now. Okay. I gotcha. That was just... I don't know. I haven't been to the beach in years, man. Give me a break. Oh, thank you for sharing that. Why did you have a king crab and a crab in the same place? Like, how did this picture come to be, Scud24? That's one of those where you see somebody having filmed, like, a funny video on the internet, and the big question afterwards is just, why the fuck were you filming that? Here we have from Project Dark Fox. I finished a big ticket commission today. The whole sequential is not safe for work. Oh my. But the final piece of it, this one, is not. So I'll show it here as the marker that the queue is finally getting cleared. Oh, it's cute Puppo. I would imagine it's like a transformation sequence, and that's the NSFW part. But it's an adorable Puppo there at the end. That's the clothing or cloth lying on the ground. Nice work, though, Dark Fox. Very expressive eyes. Nailed it in one. Found a nose art of a B-29 that's named Thunderhead. Really? If you guys manage to track down the actual bomber, I'll be fucking shocked and really excited, I have to admit. Large album on my phone called King Crab Adventures. That's how... This is just something you've been doing for a while. Well, Scud, you can feel free to share the adventures of King Crab with us on future dates as well. Make that a thing. Shit, why the hell not? Really nicely done, Project Dark Fox. And man, do I know the deep satisfaction of just putting the capstone on a project like that, man. Congratulations finishing that off. That has to feel fucking good. And thank you for sharing with us. Here we have from Roland working on a little bit more of that Eridani light horse. I'm really digging this OD that you've been managing lately, man. And here we have one of Kursala's excellent Orions, one of the new Battle Masters. And is this one of the Strato Bull Sharks? Or Mastodons? I can't remember what he calls it. But it's his Marauder variant. It's something I never even thought to try to track down, Rogue, I admit. That's a bull shark. Okay, yeah, that's his Marauder variant. I always kind of like this one. It's blockier than a lot of the other Marauders, and I think that works for it. Nicely done on the OD, Roland. It's good to see some more ELH coming together. What are you thinking for the cockpit glass, out of curiosity? What color are you eventually going to go with? I'm wondering. Enjoy the future with us. Citizen Cider. Dry ale style cider. Ooh, that sounds good. I have not had this. I enjoy a good cider, though. Yeah, it really does sound very tasty. Doesn't taste like cider, it tastes like a cross between really good Pilsner beer and champagne. Ooh, sparkly beer. Yeah. Blue would look good. I think blue would be a good choice. He posted it, but I don't think I can play it. It's not gonna play. I'll tell you, I'm gonna try something. Whoa! Oh my god! Undo that immediately. That didn't work. Alright, hold on a second. Jack, you have a fantastic night, man. I'm gonna pause this. Set this up so that it might play. It might echo. It might echo if it plays at all, but I'm gonna give it a try, fellas. You let me know if this works.
Hey, XO, I've
Oh.
got the VIP. Hey, if you piss in my cockpit, you're walking to the drop ship.
That almost works with the ridiculous robo echo. Yeah, you take it easy, Jack. Thank you so much for being here, and we'll get some of those, some of these here Marvel figures your way here pretty soon, so you can actually play some games. What do you say? Yeah, I'm gonna do it one more time here.
Hey, XO, I've got the VIP. Hey, if you piss in my cockpit, you're walking to the drop ship.
And these are gonna be in an HBS BattleTech mod. That should be pretty cool. You know, we'll sit down, play some BattleTech, and get a bit of the old Chaotic Harmony in the ear while you do. Who doesn't want Chaotic Harmony in their ear? Who doesn't want Chaotic Harmony in their ear? I mean, admittedly, me most of the time, but also some of the time I do, so. And here we have coming down from Rogue 19K because damn you, Thunderhead. I got you working on a commando, man. That's something. I'll take it. I take this as a compliment.
Chaotic Robo.
You say that's what it was? BattleTech Advanced 3062? I've heard really good things about that mod. If there's anything good old Chaotic does for me, it's produce tears, joy, laughter, and even fear. Maybe just a touch of arousal. What's the color scheme they're going with here, Rogue? Out of curiosity, what's our final goal? And congratulations on overcoming at least the initial step of a creative block. So often, if you can just start putting paint on plastic, the rest will flow. Here we have from White Wolf something that may count as a Jello atrocity. Snacks Hubby and I got one of the last times they were out. Frozen yogurt. Hubby wanted boba. All the boba. I clearly couldn't decide on which sweet things I wanted in mine, so I got brownies, cookie dough, chocolate chips, and Oreos. I don't think this counts. Like, I'm not particularly into boba, so I'd probably avoid it myself. But this doesn't upset me like Jello does. You know? These are work in progress later on. I'm looking forward to seeing it. Leaks memory like a sieve. Oh, shit, really? I haven't actually, like, I've heard good things about it. I've never loaded it up. But I haven't had the urge to sit down and play HBS BattleTech for a little while. That was kind of next on my list. I'll tell you this one. This is the better. This is superior. Like, I can respect the desire for the boba. I get that. But, for God's sake, there are white chocolate chips and fucking brownies in this one. I mean, come on. Come on. Even got more because the guy gave him the wrong one. Damn. Making out like a fucking bandit. I gotta, okay. It's really good that we do this towards the end of the stream, because I am gonna eat the fucking cabinet when I get out of here. Vergatarung is powering up his stream shortly, if you want to keep it in the community. It's either gonna be Vergatarung or Steiner Miniatures. One of the two. It'll depend on which one I arbitrarily decide on. Well, through no fault of their own, Project Dark Fox sent me on a trip down memory lane, arriving nearly 20 years ago, back in 2002. God damn, that was nearly 20 years ago? Fuck! I was still an aspiring pen and ink artist before art college utterly crushed my muse in that regard. How depressing. I was still working on original characters slash character designs, with an all-original story that I called Armored Soul, a name that apparently has since been taken by someone else. This piece is probably 2 feet tall? Woo! Interesting. Is this buzzsaw arm shooting a buzzsaw at me? Is that what I'm seeing here? This buzzsaw is flying towards me. The concept of a buzzsaw arm that shoots buzzsaws. It tickles me. It does. I want to see more of the buzzsaw arm shooting buzzsaws at people. Damn. That's pretty fucking cool, Samare. I really dig that. Basically, a sentient machine race. At the center of it all was the character Shuriken, the one firing a blade from his tail. There you go. Character that I had done an absurd amount of design work into. Story was kind of half-baked and rough as hell, but that's how it goes when you're a bit of an idiot and you're still in high school. That's how it goes when you're an artist of any kind, man. That's how it goes when you're an artist of any kind. We tend to be just fucking full of ideas, and the number of ideas that make it out of our head and onto paper is a tiny fraction, and the number of those ideas that are good is an even smaller fraction, and the number of those ideas that someone else then looks at and goes, hey, you're right, that is cool, is fucking minuscule, man. But you can't beat up on yourself for not realizing every single idea you've ever had. The fact is, every single one of them has been a stepping stone to where you are today. I love the buzzsaw shooting, though. That's so fucking cool. Makes me think of that movie, Ghosts of Mars. That's the only place I can think of that somebody threw a buzzsaw with any effect. Really nicely done. Really nicely done, Samare, and thank you so much for sharing. It'll do more than tickle if that buzzsaw hits you. I should hope so. Good God. And here we have from Steiner Miniatures. Tonight's minis for refurbishment, heavily kit bashed. Also, they came pre-painted, so don't judge the painting. Well, too bad, because I am judging this paint job. Steiner, this looks like shit, and you should be ashamed of yourself. I'm joking. Whoever it is that painted this still shouldn't. But I'm digging the kit bash. We got like a skull head going on here. It's a good way to make use of a lot of the single poses they have nowadays. I like this one, with the Khorne Berserker head, and just like a giant axe that you would have to wield with two hands, but it's one in each hand. Because fuck you, that's why. He's been doing some really, really cool Khornate stuff lately. Really, really good red flesh. I'll admit, when that turned out to be a Dead Space weapon, I giggled. Yeah, man, I like the Ripper. I do like the Ripper. You know, that's true, Kursala. I hadn't thought about that. But there are some design similarities between what you've drawn here and the mechanoids from RimWorld. I was thinking it looked familiar-ish. You know? By the way, if you guys aren't playing RimWorld, fucking get stuck in. That shit will eat your soul right out of your head. Because Thunderhead asked, here are a few examples of my canvas work. Birchleaf top left, done by layering various layers, various yellows on top of a burnt sienna. Mulberry, top right, made by putting down dark sienna splotches onto the area, followed by what seemed like an endless amount of yellow and yellow-green and light green washes. Veins on this one are just pencil lines underneath all the paint. Silver maple, bottom left, was done by wet blending some yellows into an outline of green oxide, with more of the oxide being used for the veins. And the black currant, bottom right, this one is my favorite. That was the most work. Started with an outline of bright red, which is really just dark pink, and wet blended some oranges into it. Then I washed it with some yellows and painted on white for the stem. The stem was a bit of a layered green oxide between the yellow washes. As a bit of a bonus, there are no brush strokes anywhere on these paintings. Also, 2 more in the series, but they're not as good. And all the leaves I used as reference came from trees in our former yard. Ooh. I like the notes on the process. That really makes... It makes the whole thing a little bit more interesting to dig into. Wet blending, washes, and layering. And you say that you've been applying these techniques after watching myself and other painters do it, sort of reverse engineering it back to canvas. That's pretty fascinating, actually, Kursala. I don't do any canvas work. I do, like, no... I don't paint shit that isn't a miniature, honestly. And I don't know what that says about me. Just that I'm a giant fucking dork who likes rolling dice, I guess. I see why you like this one the best. It's the most interesting. I like the blend from the edges. Oh my god. New meta design coming in with a raid when we're in the middle of the storm report. Holy shit. How's it going, fellas? We are in the red. I don't paint shit. I don't paint shit. I don't paint shit. We were talking about canvas painting versus miniature painting. And I do know canvas or two-dimensional painting. But we've got some people who do, which is what we're taking a look at right now. New meta design. Thank you so much for that raid. You're catching us right at the end. Somewhat unfortunately, but I can tell you that if you stick around, we are going to have some more painting for you shortly. We have some people lined up who are just getting going with some mini painting we are going to be raiding over into. That said, welcome to absolutely everyone coming over. Thank you for that shout out, Project Dark Fox. If you haven't checked out New Meta Design, you really should. We are in a section of the stream that we refer to as the Storm Report, which is an audience share segment at the end of every single stream that I do, where viewers on the Discord can share images with us, give a little bit of commentary, maybe request some critique back, and we all take some time to cool down after a paint job to have a look. That wasn't a good sentence. That was a bad sentence. My grammar's all over the place. New Meta Design, thank you again for that raid. Here's the set hanging in a dining room. This is a set that Kursala has done on canvas because I was asking about his canvas painting earlier. Drinking beer is not going to help my grammar. Drinking beer is why my grammar sucks so bad. Come on. Really nice work. I really think it's particularly fascinating that you've been, reverse... I want to say reverse engineering. That's not the right phrase. Drink more beer and you won't care. Retio Santi, you will fit right in here, my friend. Let me tell you, lubricate the vocalizations. That sounds like science talk to me. And if I know anything, it's that science is good. Maybe I don't know anything. Is Kursala a female? I have no idea if Kursala is a female or not. I genuinely don't know. It's entirely possible. I try not to make any assumptions. I really like this one, now that I'm looking at it as part of a series in a set. Really nicely done, and thank you for sharing. Here we have from Datron Voltari, first up for tonight. I want to practice flesh tones and highlights, so... Bikini time. Oh, is it a beach episode? Is that what we're rolling into? A beach episode? Hell yeah. Have we? No, we haven't seen pictures of Kursala Cat. I would remember that. One of the only people on this stream who's a regular viewer we've seen pictures of is Puckduncher. Yeah, I'd be curious too. Kinda has a Dead or Alive volleyball look. No. If this were Dead or Alive Extreme Beach Volleyball, then the breasts would be the size of the volleyball. Come on.
Beach Warrior 5. Here we have a Steiner volleyball player.
Who had the photo with the helicopter? That was Puckduncher. Sumer. Alright, Datron. Well, I'm interested to see what you do with those flesh tones. Here we have from Crossbow Roof. Couple of chibis I used for Reaper University. Used to practice for Reaper University over Labor Day weekend. Hair, eyes, and darker skin tones. Axes blocked out to start non-metallic metal work. I feel your pain on that one, let me tell you. Nice flesh tones, actually. Particularly for doing darker flesh tones. Darker flesh tones, like, I can barely manage light flesh tones. I confess, I need to do more, and I need to try doing some darker flesh tones. I need to find an excuse to kind of push into. I feel like faces and flesh tones are something I really want to work on over the next 6 months or so. Imperial Beach Trooper, there you go. Yes, and we've seen Rogue, that's true. We have seen Rogue, and Mrs. Rogue, for that matter. Both of these things are accurate. Free file from Trifin Studio on my Mini Factor. Hey, nice. I love the blue hair. You gotta have blue hair, though. I like how you've done the eyebrows, too. Eyebrows almost always confound me. Nice work on the eye shine. I'm looking forward to seeing this NMM when you get that together, too. Please, Crossbow Roof, see if you can't post that. I want to see the NMM. Let's do some more NMM, guys. I've been doing a little bit of it tonight. Why don't we all try it just a little bit? Just pick something small. An axe, a sword blade, something on a mini, and just look up some techniques and try it out. You know? Push yourself out of the comfort zone for one tiny little piece of plastic and see how you like it. Okay, that's also true. We have seen a picture of Roland at 17. That did happen. And also from Datron Voltari for his Part 2. Got my Thunder Griffin primed. Trying something new, did an initial zenithal from over the right shoulder and behind, leaving the front in shadow. Then I did a second zenithal straight back from the PPC shot to set up for the OSL. Finger crossed that it works as intended. Hey, my fingers are crossed as well. That sounds like a really cool idea. Oh, I love seeing something that I've made printed out. That's just so fucking neat. Yeah. Yeah. For those of you who might not know, this is a Sultic Roundfacer or Battletech Griffin that I sculpted up and posted to Thingiverse in a number of poses. I've only seen a couple of them printed out so far. Here's one that has been printed out with a PPC blast effect attached. And I'm really, really looking forward to seeing some paint go down on this. Triggered by the gun's grip placement again. I do that on purpose, Samare, just because like I like the idea of the mech holding a gun in its hand, but also because it's a machine, I tend to want to orient it back all the way along the forearm, because I feel like it would have grip connection points. Like, you wouldn't really want to put the weight of a weapon this size essentially on just the wrist joint of a battle mech. You would want the weight distributed back across the forearm, but it still holds on to the grip at the end. That was my thinking when I was doing it anyway. If it was something like, if it said like, oh, it has a small laser in its hand, or even a medium laser by itself, I can see shaping it more like a pistol and having be reliant on the wrist. But I mean, even the Griffin 1S has a large laser and then two medium lasers, which still winds up back across. Yeah, there you go. It's kind of like a bullpup. Yeah. Thank you so much, Datron. I'm really glad that people like them. I'd love to see some more people print them out and paint them, considering I still have only painted one on my own. Ugh, maybe I should paint some more Griffins, you guys. Because you're being cruel to Jack. You definitely said it out loud, silly streamer. So deal with this. Also, I have no painting updates, so screw it. What did I say? Oof. Is this like we got like a spicy chicken sandwich going on here? What did I say to Jack? How was I cruel? Kinda go a little crazy if I see a large mech shoulder a rifle, because to me it doesn't need to. For all I know, they could have optics mounted anyway. Yeah, and I think there's kind of like a halfway point there, CS Nada Rio, because like I don't feel like they really need to aim a weapon traditionally, because they should have optics in the weapons, or for that matter, just enough sensory data that they could line up the arm. I figured bringing it back along the forearm would make it easier to aim, too. Just want to heckle him. Stream is doing a big heckin' hiccup, man. Is it really? Is anybody else having that problem? I am sorry to hear that if that is the case. Was a delicious burger. Went well with the non-spicy variant. Okay. This actually does them nice and thick, just how I like. Yeah, I know you do, buddy. I know you do. It seems like there's always somebody who's having a problem with the stream, and I'm always sorry for that. I wish there was something that I could do about it on my end. Here we have from Rogue19K, getting ready to wash the bugger. And you should, because he's a dirty little commando. Ooh, I like what you've done here. We have this sort of desert drab, and then more of the olive for these panels here. You said what faction this was going to be from, Rogue, and I'm sorry I didn't catch it. I'd love for you to let me know again. Probably just Twitch being a bitch. Twitch is a bit of a bitch. I love the orange glass up here. Curious what you're going to do for the monocle. I'm just so happy that I got you putting paint on a model, man. I can't tell you how much that pleases me. I've seen that paint scheme somewhere. Yeah, and 15 other mechs of mine. There you go. Really nice, smooth base coat, Rogue. And again, I am just tickled pink that I was able to inspire you even just the tiniest little bit with my rambling bullshit. Crucis Lancers, thank you so much. I haven't been up to nothing, I guess. I got passed up on a couple job interviews because my code samples were bad / out of date, so I thought I'd kill two birds with one stone and slap together a mobile-friendly version of Camo Specs to feature mine and my local group's work. It's not pretty yet, since I just barely finished adding support for user-submitted content, but it's only up from here. Look at that! Camo Specs is a great resource, and I'll be the first to admit Not that I need to admit it because I don't work for them in any way, shape, or form, nor do I work on the project. So it'd be more of an accusation than an admission, I think, technically. But, yeah, the site is often very, very questionable. And if they could stabilize that somewhat and get an actual app for browsing color schemes, I would use it a lot. Because it's really nice to be able to be like, okay, well, I want to do a canon paint scheme. Who was active with these mechs during this time period as part of this faction? You know, and just have it pop up like, here are the units, and then you click on a unit, and it gives you the paint scheme, and you go from there. It's wonderfully set up. Nice. If you can make yeah, it loads painfully slowly. If you can make a nice, pretty app, I'd probably use it more. Nicely done, Silver Hydra. Here we have from Vergaderung, working on painting up the last of the rivers tonight. I think I'll stream after Thunderhead, just to push through them. Yeah, you might as well. The whole set is sculpted, printed, and should go up on SteelWarriorStudios.com when I get good pictures. That's right, ladies and gents, if you have been eyeballing these very fine river sets that Vergaderung has been working on, you should know you will soon be able to acquire them from Steel Warrior Studios along with my own work. I think that they are a fantastic addition to any hex-based table, and I love that you've included little marks for the hexes even in the water. I like how when you've got this little end piece here, the little like spring head / small pond, how the water all settles out and it's much more calm than it is in the flowing river. All in all, really nicely done. I know he's got some more pieces planned too. He was working on a ford last I saw, and we've been talking about doing a bridge piece to connect in with the roads for Trinity City as well. Oh, there's the ford. Yeah. So you got a little crossing here with some shallows. Really, really cool work. It's exciting to see you progress into digital sculpting, Vergaderung. I cannot wait to see the next crazy hair that you get and the next wild thing that you feel like sculpting up that I can add to my table, because that's ultimately I have the most selfish of all possible drives, which is to print your shit out and add it to what I'm doing. That is going to bring us to the end of the Storm Report. Ooh, I'm hungry. I'm hungry, guys. Yes, depth zero water is a thing, and I know that depth zero water, like if you roll for winter conditions, it becomes ice automatically. Yeah. I'm just kind of reflecting back on the work I did on Iron Man tonight and feeling pretty decent about it. It still has a little ways to go, but I think that I've proven to myself that I can do a little NMM. It's something that stopped me up for a long time. Thank you guys all for the support tonight. Thank you for coming out to the stream. As always, Crossbow Roof has to get up early for work. You go get some sleep, my man. You go get some sleep. Well, the thing for me is that Vergaderung right now is streaming BattleTech Terrain. And that, for me, sort of takes precedence, since we are a largely BattleTech-oriented stream around here. We got a lot of mech heads, a lot of mech techs in the audience. You know how it is? So yeah, we're going to go ahead and raid over to Vergaderung while he works on some hex-based terrain. Guys, ladies and gentlemen, Locusts and Gentle Mechs, my sincerest thanks to each and every one of you for coming out tonight and making this just an absolute pleasure for me to work through, for your support and your conversation while I work on expanding my my repertoire of painting abilities. That's really what it comes down to. I'm just trying something new. You know, every now and then I like to do that. Rogue, it's just so exciting that you were in a slump and you got out and you painted something, man. Good job. Painted. If you're putting paint on a model, you know, you're doing something right. We are going to be back Thursday the 17th with more Dead Space 2, and then we'll be coming back for some more painting on Sunday the 20th, and on that day I think you can expect to see another Storm Chaser mech going under the brush. Whew, I am definitely going to go get something to eat. Thank you all again tonight. Thank you for the thank you to the new followers. Thank you for the subscriptions. Thank you guys for the fucking donations. Y'all are out of your mind. I'm going to get that donation bar set up, and I'm going to put that on there as the starting point. I'm going to send you now over to Vergaderung. Again, we will be back Thursday the 17th for some gaming. I hope to see you then, but until then, keep on painting.